Move on to policy cycle revisions, just as we do just about every other month with Chapter 3 and 5. And then we're going to talk about our legislative platform. We do have an early session this year, so we want to get that approved and start advocating at every angle regarding our priorities. And then our last topic will give you an update about Welland Park and the redistricting efforts there. So to start off, we're going to talk about Pillar 1, which is beginning with our state accountability data. So as you can see on your screen, we have our official 25 district grade formula results compared to the previous year. So you see overall growth, we had earned a total of 836 points on the components that are used to comprise of a school district's grade in the state of Florida. Overall, is a 9-point increase from the previous year and a 53-point increase over the last 2 years. Although we do know we had to make comparisons to 2022 for gains, because in 23, that was the initiation of the new progress monitoring assessment. So there was no previous year for that assessment. And so we do not have those scores as indicated in the 2023 year. Also, in addition, last year we began the third grade ELA proficiency component, and you see that in 24 we were 71. We did have a slight decline to 70 this year, but we are still at the third spot in terms of overall proficiency in third grade. We made some tremendous growth, 6 points over the last 2 years. As you can see, I won't go through every component, but you can see where we've made some incremental increases and some incremental decreases. And we're going to go through that data in detail as we move on to the next slides. So we'll start with ELA data. We're going to look at every grade level and what that comparison looks year over year and over the course of the last 2 years. Since I have joined Sarasota County Schools in 2023, we've made some concerted efforts around improving assessment, achievement, and proficiency across all domains, and obviously literacy being really the priority, because we know that literacy is what lifts, the tide that lifts all boats. It's what's going to help students be successful in math. It's going to help them be successful in social studies and critical thinking, all of the things that lead ultimately to students graduating prepared and ready to take on the world, whether that be college, career, or military service, wherever they decide to go. So you can see our overall ELA proficiency over the last 2 years has increased 2 points from the previous year. And gain scores, you see 2-point increase from last year, 6 points over the last 2 years, and lower quartile. And while we didn't have an increase overall this year, it is an 11-point increase from the 2022 school year when we had gain calculations there. In third grade, we mentioned a slight decline, but still 6 points over the last years. And then you can see overall through 4th through 10th grade, some pretty significant increases, especially when you look at 7th grade or 6th grade in our high school areas. We've seen some major increases of 9, 10, and 6, 5, and 6 points over the last 2 years. When we move over to math, same thing. Overall, our proficiency had an increase. We're now in the 70% proficiency range for overall math proficiency. That's a 2-point increase from last year, 6 points over the last 2 years. And areas of opportunity really do come in from what we see in the overall gains calculations. You can see that while we've made increases over the last 2 years, there was some backsliding a little bit this last year of 1 point in overall math gains and lower quartile. So the team is already, and they're going to share how they're going to be attacking that as we move into this year, because that truly is our focus, is to make sure that even the students who are most fragile and maybe grade levels behind or categorized as a lower quartile student, we should be having very strategic efforts to increase those. And I see that as a great opportunity for us. But overall, when you look at 3rd through 8th math, you see a 6-point increase over the last 2 years, 3 and 3, and then algebra and geometry, 6 and 7-point increases over the last 2 years. In terms of science proficiency, we went up 1 point overall from last year, just a 3-point increase. Fifth grade, there was no movement over the last 3 years. That is an area of opportunity for us. We do believe that we can increase that area, but I will say we are third in the state in fifth grade science, so that is an accolade for Sarasota County Schools, but we can't rest on that. We need to be number one, so we're going to continue to focus on fifth grade. And then in eighth grade, we've seen a 3-point increase this year in eighth grade. And while that is good, you can see the 58% proficiency in eighth grade is an opportunity for us. We need to continue to push that higher, and so the team is working diligently around creating those experiences for students to really connect and make science relevant, and using hands-on inquiry, critical thinking, and investigations to get students really understanding those difficult concepts sometimes in science. In biology, you see we've made some steady increases, 3 points this previous year, 2 points, 3 more points 2 years ago for a total of 6. In social studies, you see we keep on climbing, so we're in the 80s for overall proficiency at 82 with a 1-point increase over the last 2 years. In civics, we keep on moving up, as well as U.S. history. The last component here would be acceleration and graduation rates. So you can see in middle school, we're back to where we were in 2022 at 77. That's a 3-point increase over the last 2 years. And what I consider a little bit of an opportunity in high school is high school acceleration. While we maintained at 74, it's a 2-point increase over the last 2 years. I think this is an area where we really can focus with what we're offering in college preparedness and access to those courses where students can be successful, that I think we can move that number pretty significantly. Now, that is lag data, so the acceleration data is 1 year behind, as well as graduation data. So when you look at our cohort data for graduation, we are now at 93, and that is last year's cohort data. So we'll get this year's cohort data in around December or January. So that is a 4-point increase over the last 2 years. And again, you see the overall total point increases. So there is lots to celebrate in terms of the district component, and there are areas of opportunity that we need to continue to explore and devise strategic actions, which I know the team will be ready to share today. One of the great things about moving to the progress monitoring assessments 3 times a year is we are now assessing at K1 and 2 using the STAR literacy program platform. And so you can see where we've had this year compared to last year a pretty significant increase in early literacy for kindergarten, some slight declines in first and second grade where we're problem solving through. I know this year we've got some really good strategic actions that are going to spread across all first and second grade that I think will make hopefully some great improvements. And then in math, you see the increases there compared to the previous year. When you break the data down into subgroups, we want to make sure that all of our students are performing and making adequate growth throughout the year. And you can see over the course of time that is moving in the directions we want to close those gaps faster, so that all of our students are demonstrating equitable portions of proficiency. But we are excited to see the growth that is happening. One area that continues to plague us is our ELL population. We did not see any movement. I mean, we've had 2-point increase over the last 2 years, but this year is still stagnant at 44%. As well as math, you can see the increases for those populations, particularly in our Black student group. We went up 7 points this year, as well as students with disabilities, a 4-point increase. And then in math for ELL, we went up 3 points. So that's just an overview of the numbers. Now we want to tie that to the actual strategic actions of our strategic plan and what's happening there and the great things that are going to occur as we move forward into this year. So I'm going to hand it over now to the illustrious academic services team led by our Deputy Superintendent, Ms. Rachel O'Day, and we have Jen Minnelli and Dr. Megan Green.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent Connor, and good morning, board members. It's a pleasure to be here to provide you a high-level overview of the first pillar of our strategic plan, Every Student Achieves. Thank you, sir. Within this presentation, we're going to be reviewing that progress we've made over 2 years, and all of these actions do tie back to the student achievement data that Mr. Connor went over, some very directly, some indirectly. We're going to try to call that out throughout this presentation to show you where that lives, whether it's strengths or opportunities. You're going to also notice on the slides that we've bundled more than one strategic action on certain slides. For example, some slides have 4 because they are interconnected in how they work, and that is the best way to share that update and explanation. And we do still have some strategic actions that are standalone, so we'll share those in ordinance as they come. And we start by also reminding the public that we did go over some strategic actions in previous board sessions. Pillar 1 is very large and it covers a lot of content. So back in February, we did go over one strategic action that was focused on embracing strong instruction. Then in May, we heard all about pre-K and establishing that solid foundation from Ms. Cardenas and Dr. Hutchinson. And then as recent as July 22nd, you heard Trip Jennings sharing about the Equip Students for Life in CTE and college and career readiness. Those will not be covered today, so we'll only be speaking of strategic actions that we have not provided an update to the board and the community on. So starting off with what is my favorite, not sure if everyone else feels that way, especially my math people, but Expect Literacy for All, as Mr. Connor explained, is really the umbrella and the crux for ensuring that every pathway is open to our students. There are 3 strategic actions here. The first one talks about reallocating budget resources, which we did 2 years ago, and we continue to do and revise that allocation. Our allocation formula we have revised as well, and it is based on data now where not everyone gets exactly the same thing. Using 2 years of observation data and also student achievement data, we were able to better align those supports. And for example, if you're a very high-performing school, for example, Riverview and Venice High do share a position, or you have our Title I schools that get up to 2 positions that we're allocating out of the general fund. Title I schools also purchase more than that if they feel the need to do so with their supplementary Title I funds. We do have 3 schools that don't earn an allocation at this time based on our data and assessment. One of them is really just more about the population and programs they serve, and others are very, very high performing, not demonstrating the need, which allows us to allocate more where the data says that we need that support. The second part of that talks about creating a literacy cadre, which is our interventionists, our literacy coaches, and also our administrators, which we call the literacy leadership team. And that third strategic action is saying, with that cadre, with that team, how are you providing ongoing professional learning and support so that they continue to upskill and be ready to support the needs of teachers, students, and families as it pertains to literacy. We do that in our monthly cadre meetings where we pull those different groups and we invest in their learning and their skills so that they're prepared to do that work. In addition to our Literacy for All initiative, which is a broad stroking summer initiative for that literacy leadership team, recharging, reflecting, looking at data, and strategically providing those skills and then helping them action plan to meet the needs of their students and community as they start the year. This next priority, still under the Literacy for All umbrella, this strategic action very much just focuses on literacy professional learning. You're going to hear professional learning throughout the presentation, but this particular action is just focusing on literacy. And you can see the inverted triangle on the right. That's just talking going from the largest professional learning, broad stroking that we do, all the way down to the most specific. And you know our Literacy for All, we do it at this point every year. I do, before I move on with professional learning throughout this presentation, want to thank the Barancik Foundation. We have a $1.2 million grant with them that has allowed us to host all of our summer institutes, which are critically important to every team in any avenue that we do it, as well as ongoing professional learning throughout the year that may cost money, contracting services to bring higher levels of support into the district that we may not be able to prepare for ourselves, as well as providing incentives for our teachers' time, giving stipends, paying them hourly. So we're really fortunate to have this funding, which allows us to do this work despite certain budget constraints that we may be facing along with other districts in Florida. Moving more specifically into course and program professional learning, that would be like our Read 180 teachers. They have very specific pathways with monthly PLCs and job embedded support facilitated by the district and that vendor, as well as first grade teachers. We also have a Strauss Literacy Grant that is $2.2 million over 3 years, focusing on all of our literacy initiatives in alignment with that endowment that we have. And for example, first grade, it has a whole learning path this year. All first grade teachers are attending. It is during the school day. We do pay for sub coverage. We're using not only district staff, but contracted services to make sure they are highly skilled literacy teachers, meeting the needs of our students very, very early on. So by second grade, we have strength going into that grade level, less differentiation. So by third grade, we're really hitting the mark as far as proficiency goes, because if we get there in third grade, you're soaring the rest of the way through school and getting that coordinate score in 10th grade, which further allows you to graduate. So it's starting early, but it is really going to have a cascading effect over time. So we're very excited about that. Moving into job embedded in school base, that is particular to each school's ecosystem. What Riverview needs is different than what Booker needs, is different than what Southside needs, is different than Emma Booker. So schools are really able to determine, based on student achievement data and walkthrough trends, what do they need? Is it something we provide? Is it something they curate together with our support? Or do we need to seek other services? Those things happen in different ways depending on the school's needs. And then our most individualized support is micro-credentialing and endorsements and certifications. For example, our literacy coaches, we are paying for them to get state literacy coach endorsement, which is upwards towards $80,000. Again, Barancik grant, funding all of that, in addition to motivating our interventionists to achieve dyslexia certifications and other micro-credentials that the state offers. And that's also open to teachers if they so choose to take that path as far as credentialing and micro-credentialing.
Okay. You heard Mrs. O'Day mention Read 180. At the high school level, we recognized that there was a need for a systematic intervention resource that addressed foundational reading skills gaps among our intensive reading students. So in response, Deb Therian, our high school reading program specialist, led the charge in the implementation of the Read 180 program this past year in collaboration with our reading teachers and literacy coaches. This initiative included monthly professional learning sessions that also included development of differentiated resources that spanned from independent reading to program monitoring, progress monitoring, small group instruction. That included a lot of job-embedded coaching and support with ongoing feedback, walkthrough cycles that spanned between our program specialists, teachers, coaches, and our program vendors. All of those things helped to ensure that our program was designed for continuous improvement, and it maximized the program's effectiveness throughout the course of the year. So, as we all know, one of the greatest challenges in teaching is meeting the diverse needs of every student, and so that is why Strategic Action 1.2.6 focuses on the need and the creation of a comprehensive tiered instructional plan. So, in elementary last year, we launched our CTIP, starting with ELA. Shout out to Dr. Chappell for leading that work for our curriculum team. And the CTIP is truly a one-stop shop for our teachers. It outlines high-quality instruction within all of the different tiers of support and how it all connects directly to our literacy blocks and our literacy frameworks. It also directly links our decision trees, our assessment tools, and protocols to support the data-driven practices that we are supporting our teachers to engage in during their PLCs and CPTs. Within our CTIP is also our WIN framework, which I spoke with you all about at a former workshop when we spoke about our PM2 data. And it's just a roadmap that helps our schools to implement those tiered interventions during an additional time within their day, but also allows for that responsive instruction for students who may not need those tiered interventions. And so our goal with this work is to really build a culture where teachers can pivot in the moment and maximize on that instructional time and meet every learner where they are, regardless of what tier of instruction they're working within.
So what Dr. Green and Ms. Melly just covered, that really does focus heavily on strategic interventions for students that are demonstrating that need, especially Read 180. And you saw some improvements in our high school proficiency data that is converting non-proficient students to proficient, and that process will continue into the 10th grade year for 9th graders. And those 10th graders that test it out will then be rescheduled differently, and their path automatically changes and opens up. That is an ongoing implementation. We just finished our first year, and the fact that we didn't have an implementation dip is very exciting. So very proud of the high school team, Deb Therian and all those teachers that are now this really great cohort actively and urgently addressing this gap for students. So we'll continue to see that advance. And then Ms. Manelli talking about the C-tip, again, looking at our win block and looking at interventions versus acceleration and really empowering teachers to differentiate. So when kids need more, they get more advancement, or if they need more to seek mastery, they have pathways to utilize within instruction. When we look at this next strategic action, it is focused on professional learning specifically for our staff that works with students with disabilities, and it is focused on refining those instructional models. So as a part of the ESC program review, we did refine our continuum of service. We've always had an inclusion model. That inclusion model continues to be strengthened through professional learning to make sure we truly understand what that means and what that looks like. And then we added, as you can see in the middle there, the VE best practices. That is that additional classroom model for students that aren't quite needing a specialized program but really need more than what we can do in the general education classroom, and giving them that middle space so we can pour in more resources, intervene more, tailor design that instruction more so they can go back to general education, because that is the goal, and if not, move into more of a restrictive environment, which is our specialized program. Those teachers working in those different models are getting professional development and on-the-ground support from our ESC team. The tiered interventions we give to any student regardless of an IEP, and the C-tip and the WIN roadmap is an example of that, so is Read 180. But when you have an IEP, you have to be a lot more specific about that learning pathway, because it can become very choppy, and then I'm getting pulled for this, I'm getting pulled for that, and then my learning pathway is even more difficult unintendedly than the plan was intended to do. So we have to be very careful about those tiered interventions, and that's the training that we engage in. We had our Student Support Services Institute that covered ESC and Student Support Services, and then we also have our monthly PLCs where we bring over 150 staff members, whether ESC or Student Support Services, to the district to work collaboratively in PLCs and continue to advance so they can support what's going on in schools and help them meet the needs of students.
So as, oh my gosh, I'm sorry about that. I thought. Oh, yours was still.
That was me.
Okay. As you all know, we offer state mandated summer remediation programs, including SRC, credit recovery, and ESY.
Turn that off and let's try this one.
Is that any better? Yeah. Okay, much better. So we offer several state mandated summer remediation programs, including SRC, credit recovery, and ESY. And we also have our district created SLA program for our Title I schools. And aligned with Strategic Action 1.2.8, we have updated all of our instructional resources utilized throughout those programs, especially at the elementary level, to reflect the science of reading, and which is in support of our students in secondary credit recovery as well. So we saw some great positive student growth this summer. We had 54% of our students SLA making academic gains, 67% of our students in SRC showing growth in iReady, and 59% of our students in ESY showing progress towards their IEP goals. Our middle and high school students also recovered over 175 core courses through Edmentum, and 590 ESC students received individualized ESY services aligned with their goals. So even with a shorter window this summer, we still had some really meaningful gains across these programs, which is proof that this alignment and targeted support really do matter. So there are 4 strategic actions that we've outlined here, and they span across 2 pillars, and they all are centered around master scheduling, and that's just simply because master scheduling is that important. It ensures that every student's educational pathway is considered and that we also are meeting all statutory requirements. So these 4 actions really focus on building a consistent K-12 framework for scheduling with special attention to our ESC, our ESOL, our intervention and acceleration needs, and creating that K-12 consistency across the levels. Each April, we host a master scheduling clinic at the elementary level as well as the secondary level to share required updates and evidence-based practices and clarify expectations. And then over the summer, both of our executive directors are meeting one-on-one with principals to review refined schedules for alignment and equity at each school to meet their needs. I'll turn it over to Dr. Green to talk some more specifics around secondary.
So in addition to what Ms. Manelli shared, our focus in secondary is also to ensure that our master schedules provide access to rigorous and relevant coursework. This includes advanced academic programs such as ACE, IB, AP, and dual enrollment, now enhanced by the recent addition of our early college programs offered at Booker and Northport high schools. We also offer robust CTE pathways available at STC and on our high school campuses. These programs are intentionally aligned with industry demands and students' post-secondary college and career goals, providing opportunities for work-based learning, industry certifications, and direct connections with employers through on-the-job training. Additionally, we continue to expand access to the arts through diverse visual and performing arts pathways. Our priority is to strengthen consistency in scheduling practices across all secondary schools and K-12. This ensures that if a student transfers between campuses, that their academic experience remains cohesive and uninterrupted.
These 4 strategic actions are the robust drivers that describe our focus framework for advancing performance, which are anchored by 3 main systems, which you can see in the image on the right: impact reviews, our data-driven PLCs, and our feedback cycles and trend collection. So many of you are familiar with the impact reviews. You've been able to attend them. You know what they look like and sound like, and they're a very comprehensive stance on walkthroughs, trend analysis, student data digs, to then turn into strategic, robust action plans that schools utilize to advance core instruction within their school. It also allows us to identify and deploy supports at the district level, support schools in creating their own professional learning system, as well as meet the needs of students with strategic scheduling of our staff. This coming school year, the difference is going to be that we have been doing this for 2 years, and originally when we talked about this 2 years ago, a board member asked me, how will you know this is working and it's institutionalized, it's ingrained? When we can ask our schools what they think we need to look at. How can we partner on what they're seeing the need for? So rather than us coming in saying, here's where we see the gap, where do you see the gap? What has worked over the past 2 years? Where is there area that we still need to really lean together, partner, create these strategic plans, and do our impact review process? It could be a certain student group. It could be a certain grade level. It could be intermediate versus primary. It could be Read 180 in high school. It could be a lot of things. But based on their unique ecosystem, where are they still needing that strategic support? Schools can also still choose to use our original version, that large, broad stroking comprehensive, because people like that cohesion, or I just really want to look over here. So again, aligning supports where the data need versus everybody getting the same thing, much more differentiated, and we're really excited about what that's going to look like for our schools in their action plans and advancing the work of students and teachers. We also have our high-quality data-driven PLCs. That's still happening. We're still customizing supports and reports with Performance Matters. Very fortunate to have that platform to tailor design wording for our teachers in our schools, but then also creating those protocols on how to work through that information to then lean into planning that responsive instruction that students need based on data. And then this past school year, worked with our leaders in our new teacher evaluation system to not only go evaluate, but observe and provide feedback and support. Learning the different processes in schools and supporting APs and principals and doing that for teachers, letting them know what's going well, what are students needing, what do they need, taking not only that feedback, but also the trend collection to determine the supports that need to be provided in their school. Again, curated with the school-based team in partnership with us or provided by us. So we continue to do that, and that really is our framework in Sarasota to do the work that really attributes to what Mr. Connor was saying regarding student achievement data. That is our focus, that is our framework, that is what we live and thrive in, from principal supervision to academic support. This next strategic action, again, focusing on professional learning, is more about the K-12, not just ESC, not just literacy, but what we do as a K-12 unit. There are 2 buckets: district-led professional learning, like Literacy for All, and then school-based professional learning, which could be developed in partnership with, or they curate on their own, or we provide at the school level specific to those schools' needs, data, and requests. District level offerings, as you know about Literacy for All, really excited about Math for All that happened last week, 2 days at Booker High School. contracting services with Carnegie Learning to create a 5-day math academy. Teachers has completed 2 of the 5 days. The 3rd day actually comes this Wednesday, and that is another broad-stroking district offering for professional learning. It is our district professional learning day. Thank you to the team for doing an awesome job curating that for anyone that has an instructional position. That Wednesday, they are meeting with content experts and division leads to support and plan for the new year, skill up, learn anything new that is going to pertain to their work and their job, and to support students. Then 2 more days within the school year, they'll attend to finish their math academy and graduate as Carnegie Learning Math Academy graduates. And we are also seeking donations and support to give them a swag bag. More to come on that, but we're really proud of them. They also got a $150 stipend, again, valuing our employees and their professionalism, working with our philanthropic partners to align those forces. And we were to serve, I think I said this already, but over 300 teachers. That's about 3/4 of our math teachers. That's pretty huge. And I think a lot of districts would be very jealous that we were able to attract that many teachers over the summer to do this kind of work with such a high quality partner. So we're really excited about that. We'll continue doing that, but in addition, certification-based courses we provide. If you need your ASD endorsement, you need your ESOL endorsement, you need your reading trainings, we provide that as a district, create those pathways. Sometimes we deliver it ourselves. Other times we're partnering with groups like Fiddlers and other people that can provide that. In addition to what the chiefs are seeing in schools that align to our Sarasota County Principles of Excellent Instruction, high quality practices that we offer for everyone. Small group instruction is a great example. That is a K-12 instructional process that has it can look good because the small group is in front of me, but is it effective? And there's an art to that and a science that we have to blend. So those are things that we offer at the district level. And again, we get very differentiated by the school level, and that can happen in a variety of ways.
Strategic Action 1.3.6 focuses on expanding our science curriculum through engaging hands-on STEM learning experiences, bringing science to life in innovative and ways for our students. So at our last workshop, you heard Mr. Jennings speak about the farm, and this initiative is now being integrated into our curriculum pacing guides to connect students with experiential learning in agriculture, and our curriculum directors are leading that work alongside Mr. Jennings and his team. At Sky Ranch, our new K-8 STEAM school, students will work with VEX robotics, 3D printers, drones, laser cutters, to build STEM skills throughout creative challenges as well as digital innovation. And it's also an exciting opportunity to bring the A for agriculture into STEAM in a new and meaningful way. We're also launching a science lab reboot. Many of our lab teachers are eager to pursue computer science certification and revamp these labs that we have in our elementary schools. In collaboration with IT and CTE, we're working with the grants department to secure funds to support this upgrade. Mr. Connor mentioned when we were looking over our PM3 data, we see some kind of stagnant areas in the elementary grades with science, and so we can ensure that every student goes through these science labs, so we're trying to maximize on that time and make sure that our students are provided with the best opportunities, most innovative. Mrs. O'Day would like to speak to some middle school opportunities as well.
So we're moving away from the way we've done science in the past in middle school to embrace a comprehensive science model, which came into play with our new curriculum adoption and the resources we adopted, to include pulling teachers that teach middle school science in partnership with our program specialists to create frameworks and pacing guides and common assessments to adjust that work. We do believe that the previous model is not as efficient in ensuring that students are covering all the skills and concepts they need by the time our assessments are coming, expecting that mastery from them. So taking a more comprehensive approach, teaching different content in different orders, in different grade levels, and again, covering more and not compartmentalizing that information is going to serve our students better. There are many districts in the state that do it that way and have been doing it that way, and their student achievement data is far better. And again, it's just the way we're exposing how much, how often, and when that needs to be changed. So we, again, with our adoption, we chose new resources, and we've created frameworks and pacing guides with the teachers that are implementing this going into this school year. So we're looking forward to see the lift in the science lab and the lift in middle school to see where that leads us this coming school year with outcomes.
In Strategic Action Action 1.3.8, we're focusing on redefining our multi-tiered system of supports to ensure that students are receiving targeted services across all tiers of instruction. So we're really excited to have a full-blown MTSS design team, and they are leading this work. That team is represented by schools across all the levels. So shout out to the Riverview team, Brookside team, Taylor Ranch team, and Sky Ranch team, which includes the principals, coaches, and student services staff from those 4 schools. We also have our district representation, so all departments are collaborating in partnership with this MTSS design team. So this past year, we focused on streamlining our current MTSS handbook to align with best practices, with the Florida DOE guidelines, embedding compliance supports for our AIP and SWIS processes, and building out our CTIPs across K-12 in both academics and student support. So this is a 3-year implementation plan. We just wrapped up year 1, and we're going to continue that work next year with the goal of a pilot year in year 3.
So strategic action really came from the driving force of our ESC programmatic review and the feedback that we got there, needing to delineate the roles and responsibilities of various ESC staff. So we did revise the job description of our ESC instructional facilitators, which are our school-based staff, ESC program facilitators, which are our district staff, and our ESC resource teachers, which again are our school-based staff. We did do this in collaboration with an ESC focus group that had multiple parties involved from various schools across the district, in addition to district staff. So everyone had advisement in the changes, but making sure that they were cascading and they created that interconnectedness between the 3 roles without duplication and overlap, and great clarity on who does what. Some of those confusions were case management. You know, what does our ESC instructional facilitator do? What does the ESC resource do? It is a partnership, and there are things that fall more on the instructional facilitator versus the resource teacher, and that turned into actually a protocol for how we handle when we are planning for IEP meetings. So that created great clarity, less frustration, and improves efficiency, which in these roles, it's always a balance between compliance and instruction. It's very difficult. It changes daily, weekly, monthly, and their goals in this role is to live on the instructional side. But we have to take care of the compliance. So continuing to refine the roles and responsibilities, create standard operating procedures, allows people to work more efficiently with less angst. So that is what's happening as far as those ESC positions, and we implemented all of those new roles and responsibilities this past school year. The ELL liaisons also worked on their job descriptions with Ms. Megan Parento, and they're revised. They're going to be implementing what that looks like this year differently, the way we're allocating that program. And when we feel like that job description is ready, we'll be bringing it to the board as well to review and approve. This slide is focused on professional learning for our school-based leaders. And as you can see in the visual on the right, those are the big rocks that we have covered over the past 2 years. The first 4 we have really deepened in over the past 2 years. It is aligned to our focus framework and all the strategic actions around making data-driven decisions and ensuring that we're using observation and student data to advise the systematic work that's happening every day in our schools to support teachers and supporting students. This coming school year, we're focusing on the Heart of Leadership for those of you that were able to come to our Principal Institute. And the Heart of Leadership is really teaching our leaders not only to have a laser-like focus on academic excellence, but also continuing to nurture that culture of care in their schools. Not just caring for students, that is one aspect, but caring for each other and really leading with that rhythm. So we are focusing very heavily on that. That is our leadership spotlight in our monthly PLCs. And through our monthly PLCs, our principals and APs come out twice a month. Sometimes we have operational updates, which we also do through virtual calls, but we do heavily focus on professional learning, giving them the skills they need to apply the very next day and throughout the school year. We have article studies, video studies, direct presentations, collaborative sessions, spotlights at other schools, and we create that, and that presentation is led by myself and with support of our chiefs and other divisions that have expertise in the areas that we're working on with our principals. This slide is an exciting slide. This is a fun slide. This is covering 2 priorities, embrace strong instruction and equip students for life. The first strategic action is really focused on expanding choice, not just in the programming, but in the processes that we have in our district to roll out offerings. The next one is really focused on the analytics and determining additional learning pathways within Sarasota County schools. What is the national research and what is the local demand, and what is the best way to continue to offer opportunities that allow us to be the premier educational provider. So a little bit different with the expanding the choice seats. We offer seats all throughout the year. Now, there's application windows that you need to apply and tell us what your intent is, get on the wait list. In the past, we would let wait lists sit versus checking to see if Miss Minnelli left, Miss O'Day's next on the wait list. Let's do this rolling offering, which comes with responsibly looking at our 90% threshold. That is there to ensure that neighborhood schools can take the growth in their neighborhood and that those students are able to come to those schools, not be overcrowded, but at the same rate, that's a dance, and we just need to keep dancing. We need to make sure when seats are open, kids are put in those seats if they are on the wait list. We don't want people not having pathways into our district managed schools, so we are very aggressive about that now. That is different from the past. And then the other part of this is really looking at the innovative programming, and we have some exciting things here, and I know Mr. Connor wanted to share some thoughts about some of those programs that we have on the slide.
Yeah, in the spirit of competitiveness and making sure that we are the premier provider of education in Sarasota, we have to stay cutting edge. We have to be attuned to the analysis of what the market demand is, what our parents want, so that they do choose us. And so we're continually having those conversations, and we intend to get more feedback from our community about what programming will meet the needs of the most students, right? You can do anything, you can't do everything, as Dr. Kemp says. And so we want to make sure that we're aligning those resources to the right programs that our parents want. And so we know when we look at our competition, mainly charter schools is where we lose kids. So we lose at the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade levels the most. We have to reimagine our middle schools. And I think if you talk to any middle school teacher or leader, they would agree with that model needs to be examined, and we need to make that environment smaller for families, because I tend to believe when I talk to charter school parents that's why they opted for that, the smaller learning environment, the feeling safer and having that cozy feel. And so how do we do that? And how do we do that at the middle schools? Because they are large. And so we're taking into account all the things like the buildings, the actual physical utilization of our buildings, how we can break that apart, and then look at programming that will attract parents back to that middle school area, because that is our highest opportunity. And so more to come on that. We've got a lot of thoughts and ideas around how to reimagine the middle school experience that aligns to relevant competencies that students need to be prepared for high school, and even get some acceleration opportunities in there that, and even exposing them to some of the workforce education experiences that sometimes we forget that middle schoolers don't get that exposure, and we need to start there as well. And so you can see we're launching at the high school at Northport High and at Booker High this year in partnership with the State College of Florida, our first early college programs. And what that means is that the students will not only earn their high school diploma, but they will earn the 60 credits needed for an AA degree. So essentially they earn their AA degree before they earn their high school diploma because of the way that works. So it's a great program that is utilized across the state of Florida and across the nation. And we're going to bring that to those two schools with a cohort, I think, of about 50 kids, 25 to 50 kids starting out. And so that'll continue to grow. And we're working really closely with President Gregory on a lot of initiatives around our partnership with the State College of Florida that I think is going to be good for our district. Can't reveal those yet until they're actually solidified, but we're having a lot of conversations. 3DE, we've talked about, and I know the board has had a chance to meet with Junior Achievement in one-on-ones to talk about that program and how that is flourishing in counties like Pinellas and in Georgia, where they're seeing some great results for students who may not have that academic inclination to be an IB student or to be an ACE program, an international diploma program, but are absolutely prepared for that accelerated experience. And this will help them, and it will tie into the business world. And I think when we have Welland Park opening up, we're really focusing on that school as a great opportunity, because anytime you launch a new program, it's really great when you can do it from the ground up. And starting that school with a program like that, I think will be a great opportunity for us, as well as Riverview. We've had some conversation about Riverview being, we've got great programs at Riverview, but there is a population of students that I think we can still capture there in terms of having that relevant high school experience. So the high school redesigned concept is really having a lot of traction nationwide. Now, there are statutory requirements that we have to meet in order, seat time, credits, all of those things we have to do by law. But we can really start to think about outside the box about what can we do, still meet those requirements, but really make the experience for high school relevant for students. And, going to 7-8 classes a day, 45 minutes each, is that the model? Is there things that we can do differently, but still meet those requirements? So I think that's a larger conversation, not only for this county, but for the state around how we make that experience more relevant for students. And then, of course, dual language. We've had a lot of conversation as a board on this dais about the need to expand that, and we're looking at partnerships with the Chafees and other community partners to see where we can best launch that. Dreamers is doing a great job meeting that need in that area, but are there places in South County where we can open up? And for a larger conversation, and we won't get into it now because we need to finish this up, but with the proposals with the Schools of Hope, we've got some real aggressive approaches that need to take place in the next year or so in terms of our building utilization. Now that charter Schools of Hope will be able to essentially come in and occupy a wing of your school, we need to make sure that we're doing everything in our capacity to attract students to our school district and putting the right programs in places. So this all ties into a larger conversation that we'll continue to have. As we move into 25, 26, we're going to have a lot of conversations about building utilization, attracting students, programming. All of those things will be, I think, a large part of what we discuss, because to remain competitive means we have to do some aggressive things. So looking forward to that as we move on.
So these next two strategic actions focus on strengthening support for our multilingual learners. In 1.3.12, our ELL supports are now fully embedded within our curriculum departments to ensure alignment with Florida best standards and high quality instruction. So those things include grading practices, instructional materials, supports and scaffolds, all are hand in hand with our ESOL department and our curriculum team. And looking ahead, and with 1.3.13, we will be introducing a new strategic tool in the upcoming school year that allows our schools to analyze WIDA data and guide instructional next steps for our multilingual learners. And as Ms. O'Day shared, this just sort of adds to that repertoire of data-driven practices and protocols that we provide for our schools, ensuring that the students have exactly what they need each and every day. On this next slide, with Strategic Action 1.3.14, we're overviewing the emphasis and the importance of our curriculum embedded assessments to monitor student learning in all state assessed courses. So in elementary, we continue to provide common assessments in ELA, math, and science, along with our Tier 1 progress monitoring tools, which allow our teachers and teams to measure foundational literacy skills. Schools also receive protocols and resources to analyze and respond to said data in collaboration with the use of our Performance Matters platform. And this data-driven decision-making probably sounds pretty familiar at this point. That's very intentional. It is the golden thread that really ties all of our work together. And so we've built the systems to support our schools in doing that work. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Green to speak more on secondary.
So at the secondary level, we have curriculum common assessments that help drive formative instruction in our middle and high schools. Previously, high schools did not have a system of these assessments, and so the introduction of these have been able to provide teachers with real-time data to make informed instructional decisions that directly impact student learning in the core content areas. These tools assist in supporting teachers in targeting challenging or heavily assessed standards leading up to test time, time. They also help to identify and address student misconceptions early on. And this can help to ensure where there are gaps in understanding and that we are able to resolve them before students progress into new learning. This approach helps to strengthen instructional alignment and supports more strategic, data-driven teaching across our secondary schools.
If you're thinking, gosh, are we over testing with the newly added assessments? Because that always, Mr. Connor is always saying to us, make sure we are not over assessing. We need the instructional time. You can't be data rich and instructionally poor, right? You can't do that. So the secondary team was actually begging, especially in ELA, for baby bite-sized assessments between progress monitoring 1, 2, and 3, because they do tell you where kids are, but it doesn't allow you to tailor design instruction. So having these progress monitoring assessments in between, aligned to the standards they taught, really allows them to have those robust PLC conversations that they weren't able to have in the past. Whereas our primary elementary was screaming about having too much regarding foundational skills assessments. That has also been addressed and refined and will be shared with teachers, if not already, by Wednesday during their professional day, because we did have a lot of tools. And just because we have 10 tools that can identify phonics-based needs, we're recommending this 1 or 2. If you want to do 10, well, we highly discourage it, and that's probably not going to work, but here's what the recommended path is. So showing them, yes, we have all of this, but the best practice expectation is actually far less. So we'll continue to make sure that is understood. Our principals know that they can reach out to curriculum directors and program specialists for any support in that area if that becomes a concern, especially in the first few weeks of school. We get frustrated because the second or third week of school, you're doing the state test PM1. That's hard, right? Hey, guys, welcome back, and log onto that computer. So that is more state-driven versus district-driven. So just wanted to put that out there.
In our next strategic action, we are focusing on expanding enrichment opportunities for students. So this is separate from our extracurriculars like clubs and the arts and our athletics. It's also separate from our state mandated remediation programs, which we spoke about a little bit earlier in this presentation. So as we know, strong instruction doesn't just stop in the classroom, and we really wanted to make sure that we are extending that learning beyond the school day. So this past year, we had 10 schools that were funded for before and after school ESOL support with ELL tutoring. We also had a full day program at Tuttle focused on EL supports, as well as 2 summer programs at our high schools. We also worked very closely with the Dive Into Reading program. That is a nationally recognized literacy initiative, and this past year we got to expand that into the South County. So our rising second graders from Emma E. Booker and Cranberry Elementary, they met weekly with their trained mentors at 2 local restaurants, so Gecko and Anna Maria Oyster Bar, for breakfast, reading practice, and even free books. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Green to speak more on secondary highlights.
So in collaboration with faculty and staff, Riverview and Booker High School strategically restructured their master schedules to carve out dedicated time before the school day for enrichment, tutoring, and morning programs. They started this through recognizing that many students have after-school commitments, and they wanted to be able to keep them on campus to be able to honor that time. And so this dedicated time was also used for planning time with teachers. They could host meetings with clubs, and so they were able to just pour more into their school day by getting more out of their master schedule. And then throughout the summer, all of our schools were able to maximize their time by continuing to support students by offering different boot camps and prep sessions where they were targeting different graduation requirements, whether it was for earning the credits they needed or helping them to prepare for the state assessments that they needed to pass for graduation. All of these efforts continue to reflect their strong school cultures of continuous learning by extending well beyond the traditional school days.
All right, this strategic action really focuses on 3 main components in academic services, and you can see that in that Venn diagram on the right: the instructional frameworks, instructional programs, and instructional resources. Those have to work in tandem to be deemed high-quality curricula and teaching resources so that teachers can implement rigorous standards-aligned instruction. So our frameworks support our instructional programs.
that must be aligned to our instructional resources. That is how they work together. So for example, we have pacing guides for our 9th and 10th grade teachers when it comes to Read 180. A pacing guide or a framework sits on top of any core curriculum resource and program to make sure that it meets the needs locally, because these programs or resources come from national publishers, and what we need in Sarasota, we are able to tailor design that with frameworks and pacing guides. Those framework and pace guides sit on top of a program, so Read 180. And then Read 180 is also has resources that come with that, those instructional resources, but which are core for that program, but then we also layer in with supplemental resources. That could be packages within the Read 180 program that are add-ons, or it could be through a different vendor that we find to be more efficient and effective to be utilized. So that's how that works in tandem. The 2 new frameworks that we have that the elementary team worked on is the CTIP and the WIN Roadmap. Those are brand new. Those sit on top of the literacy block, which sits on top of core and supplemental instruction using benchmark and programs like UFly, but all of that, again, has to work in tandem, so it's key for our teachers.
In this next strategic action, we are highlighting the importance of implementing AI literacy programs to enhance foundational reading skills. So this past year, we prioritized the use of Amira Learning when evaluating instructional platforms to continue using. Amira provides one-to-one reading tutoring, oral reading fluency assessments, as well as our district dyslexia risk screener. Its technology covers dozens of micro interventions grounded in the science of reading, and it helps students build critical early literacy skills. Data that we have collected and the data from the program themselves really shows a direct link between the consistent use of Amira with the improved reading outcomes. And so we've got some really exciting data here to show for our students in grades 1, 2, and 3 who were utilizing the platform. It's also a very powerful tool for our teachers to be able to support more individualized instruction as they have a wide variety of needs in their classroom. Mrs. O'Day will now speak to some future opportunities with AI.
The Amira also serves as our dyslexia screener in our primary grades. As far as exploring future options, very excited about future options. There's a lot of them, so this becomes a bit tricky and tedious, but we will be utilizing our STAC committee in the upcoming school year to vet a lot of the AI or GI programs that we could be utilizing as a system. One of the ideas is AI badging, so it allows teachers to engage in self-paced modules based on their comfort level. Let's say that they are taking a program on the Orange Cup platform, and they work through the Orange Cup platform to get the Orange badge, and then they want to move on to the Pink Phone platform again, but it increases in complexity, but you have to go through the training to know how to use it responsibly, get that badge, and then receive access to a tool. So we're going to create a badging professional learning pathway that people can engage in a self-paced way that are interested in advancing their skills there. We also have to determine what those programs are that we have or that we want to have that people would work their way through into access versus saying everyone has to do this way at this time. It allows teachers to engage with different tools based on their classroom and their needs at the pace in which they're comfortable in utilizing that. We are currently as a district, we have district licenses and also some school-based licenses for Copilot, which is a part of that Microsoft suite. And it's really cool because it reads your whole infrastructure in Microsoft. So any Word document, PowerPoint, email, anything you do in Microsoft, you use it almost like a Chat GPT, but versus the World Wide Web, it pulls from what your work is. So if I wanted a document to summarize this PowerPoint for the board, it can create that for me. You have to add what we call human intelligence to that because you have to review it, make sure that it's reading your intent. But again, working smarter, not harder, and ensuring that we have tools to be efficient and productive because we have a lot of work to do, heavy thinking, and need to create large impacts for kids every single day. So those tools are there to create workplace efficiency. So we're actually piloting that right now. And then I'm going to skip over that third bullet. Mr. Connor will be sharing about that. But then also Conmigo is more of a broad-stroking AI system that engages parents, students, and staff that can serve as a teaching assistant, a tutor, and a communicator. That's very robust. There are districts in Florida piloting that as a system right now. But again, working with our STAC committee, because that really does make up K-12 instructional staff and non-classroom instructional to really tell us where are their pain points, where can things be more efficient, not only for how they work, but then also what resources could we get from this for kids to continue to advance their performance. Once we have feedback and have vetted some of these things, those are ideas that we'll bring to the board and also seek grant funding for to see how we can deploy some of that within our school district going into the 26-27 school year. Mr. Connor?
Yeah, we also have an exciting opportunity with SimCore Productions under David Shapiro, where we are launching something very unique in Sarasota County. It's called Studio Labs. It's going to be a platform that's going to deliver a curriculum in digital cinema that uses artificial intelligence and really is going to be in partnership with Booker as well as STC. So our adult students can earn certification that eventually can lead them to a portfolio that may be used to get jobs in this area that is really taking off here in Florida. Particularly in Sarasota as a prime opportunity for that. So we're excited about that. We've received a $100,000 grant to really get this thing moving from the Gulf Coast Community Foundation. So there'll be more to report on as that is going on, but in its early stages, it is having a lot of success and it is meeting a demand that typically you would see probably in Hollywood or somewhere, but you're actually seeing adult students now and even students that are in our K-12 system that are getting this exposure and really creating a great portfolio for themselves that could lead to good profession. So we're excited about that.
And that concludes our presentation. I'll turn it back over to Superintendent Connor and the board for any questions.
Yes, thank you. And I know it was a lot. Pillar 1 has a total of 47 strategic actions, and so I thank you for your patience as we go through that. But it is important just to give you that update as, you know, we wrapped up last school year with the state achievement data. We're continuing to make progress in areas. We see where our areas of opportunity is. You see how we've tied those opportunities into actions as we move in to the next school year, and we're looking forward to building on the momentum that our staff has really embraced. We talked about so much has changed over the last 2 years, and there's been that disruptive phase that you have to go through when change is implemented. But I see as we go into this year, it's really about refining those things, and I'm excited about what it's going to look like for our teachers and ultimately for our students and the results. So thank you for the opportunity to share.
Thank you, board members. Ms. Barker, please.
Thank you so much. This is all very exciting, and I am looking forward to maybe a year where we're settling in a little bit. I think our teachers will be looking forward to that too. That's wonderful. I do have a couple questions. Forgive me, because this is like where I love to learn about. We just spoke about AI, and I know that there is so much to be done there. I'm wondering, is there thought about using AI more for compliance and less for instruction? Like we were talking about those job descriptions. From the special education world, I'm always thinking, how can we make all that paperwork easier? And that seems like a great job for AI in some ways. Or are we really focused on AI instruction?
So I'll start. So we have piloted at the district level and particularly at targeted schools, Copilot, Microsoft Copilot, and that is really helpful in achieving some of the things that take a lot of time and effort in creating, whether it's a lot of paperwork, drafting communications, things that can be accomplished rather quickly through artificial intelligence. We're using the platform Copilot because that's the ecosystem that we're in, Microsoft. And so we're seeing how that works, and we've been doing that, I think, a little over 6 months now and starting to see progress. It's able to take a lot of information that lives within our servers and be able to extract that versus you spending time going through and filtering and searching. And so we're seeing a lot of benefit, and I think it obviously results in getting back productivity and time where you can spend in doing things that matter, right? Versus doing a lot of the paperwork and paper pushing type of activities.
So for example, the counselors doing 504s, would this be able to create a tentative schedule for the year of 504 meetings or, help us with some of that compliance-driven work?
Absolutely. I think, we're always going to have that aspect where we need to vet all of the outputs, but these types of tasks are becoming more and more efficient through the use of artificial intelligence. And so I only see that getting better as time goes on and the technology gets better. Because, we still have things like hallucinations that happen with generative AI, so we have to vet all of that. But to your point, could it even get us started versus starting from scratch, right? And create a shell and then we vet and do those things? Absolutely.
And we will give our counselors training to help them use that.
Oh, yes.
Excellent. Good.
And
I'm sure
Ms.
that'll
Barker,
make the
that's why
counselors
we want
happy.
the staff committee to help us, because we think we know what are the time suckers, where do they really want to spend time, which is providing high quality instruction or supports to kids. So when we work with STAC, they'll tell us what are the things we want to mitigate and take less time on to create more time on a different end, which then allows us to seek vendors and programs that actually can meet those needs. There's platforms that really lean into instructional lesson planning, but not what you just said. Conmigo actually covers a lot. So it's, do you have multiple platforms? Is there a suite that does more? But it is to create work efficiency, but then also allow for more instructional supports from people like our guidance counselors.
Yeah, we actually spent the day with the University of South Florida, who has actually created, they got a multi-million-dollar grant to create a program to have that heavy lift of preparing for lessons and utilizing curriculum adopted materials through the AI to create very seamless lesson plans and activities that would take teachers hours in planning and can be done in seconds. And so we're excited about the possibility of that rolling out as well.
Very cool. And then moving back into, we were talking about the district assessments that we were implementing, particularly at the secondary level for literacy. And I was wondering, sometimes I speak with secondary teachers and they say, they're teaching an AP English class. They don't really feel the need to give an additional reading assessment. Is there leeway in our plan where perhaps teachers could decide which students they're going to assess and which to not assess, or no?
So the common assessments, they follow our units of study, and they're not mandatory assessments, but they are there as curriculum tools to help teachers to provide formative assessments for student learning, so they can gauge the standards to give teachers that data to know where they are in real time. But they follow the sequence of those pacing guides. So, in other words, if they're teaching these set standards, then that assessment would follow, and it would just follow that same calendar. But it's one more tool for the teachers to be able to follow throughout the school year.
Okay, but they do, it sounds like they do have leeway to decide to use it or not.
Correct.
Okay. And then talking about summer opportunities for our students. Some of you have probably heard talk about this before, but I think we have an opportunity to grow if we partner with other people. We have these beautiful buildings that are created to house students. And I know teachers don't want their classrooms messed up and you got to wax the floors and all that, but I have a lot of friends whose children, for example, attend the Summer Success Institute at Suncoast, at that charter school, and it's extremely popular. And I would love to see us engage with our community. I know that there are community partners out there, because I've spoken with them, who would be ready to provide this sort of summer camp type. But I feel like if we could provide even one or two buildings to start, that could be a really great opportunity. Even what if we want to do a middle school? Get some of those kids in the middle school feeling comfortable with that building. I just feel like it's an opportunity for us. So throw that out there. And then, sorry, forgive me, you were talking about the VES classes for special ed, and I have always felt like we kind of needed to expand our continuum of services with ESE. Can you talk just a little bit about, is VES, when I think of a self-contained class, now this is from, over a decade ago, so I know this is old knowledge, but is that sort of what a VES class would be? Is it in every school? Who has access to it?
Yes, so the continuum of service was refined after our ESC programmatic review, and it is important to note that VE, being in the middle of inclusion versus specialized program, least restrictive, most restrictive, Not every district is funding that. I can tell you when we reviewed our allocations and had to make some changes, minor adjustments really, we reviewed districts like Pinellas County and other surrounding districts. They do not have VE classrooms. And really it comes into play with funding. So we are funding VE classrooms in all buildings except for our middle schools. Okay? But when we talk about elementary VE, that is, your normal inclusion IEP, which is typically where kids begin. And if they're not responding, we have that opportunity for the VE classroom. You do have to bring the parent in, reconvene the IEP to then add that as their primary support classroom location to provide those interventions and whatever that might be, which could be instructional, it could be anything that is getting in the way of them mastering the subject area in the inclusion setting. And if that isn't working, which is rare, right? That should be less than 10% where that's not working. Then we look at our specialized program, ASD, IND, EBD, which we call AIMS, SAIL, and STARS. And if that continues to not be the place that's working, then we do have what we do at Oak Park. So there is a very extensive continuum of service we have. Our schools have really been very excited about having that VE option because it is that in between that really becomes difficult. And if you had another place where you can flood in resources, things would be different for those kids that need that. And we've really been able to honor that through that programmatic review. We do deploy supports in our middle schools. We just don't have a self-contained classroom for that. We do try to provide more inclusive supports because most students that end up in our middle schools, not in a specialized program or at Oak Park, really just need continued support and inclusion. But if it becomes really extreme, we do work on those schools about what placement needs to look like or what staffing allocations we need there. We do have an abundant amount of aides in Sarasota County schools, far more than I've ever seen, but again, based on what we're able to do and what our mission and vision is for ESC students, we do deploy aides to make sure, again, we don't have to keep changing those environments to more restrictive if we can accomplish it in a different way. Because over time, those one-on-one aides do fall off because the goal is you work yourself out of a job. So that is constantly fluctuating. For example, this summer, we had to reduce allocations of 15 one-on-one aides because the students didn't need them anymore or they had moved on into a different setting that didn't qualify for it. That's actually a win. And then those individuals then fall back into that category of supports and we redeploy them where students are demonstrating that need. Did that cover it?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm done now.
Ms. Marinelli?
Thank you. I just would like to ask a couple questions following up on the VE classrooms. That could you just give an example what a VE classroom looks like? So do you still have behavior students in there mixed with academic? And then how are those staffed and how are like the aides? So just to give, because I know that's been a concern because when you have behaviors with academics, sometimes it's very hard to get to the academics because the students with the behaviors take over. So could you just give
Yes.
what it looks like in there?
Yes, so our VE classrooms right now are 1 to 15. So you have a certified teacher with ESC certification, and then you also have an aide assigned to that. In addition to that, some of our students come in with their one-on-one supports or contracted services supports that we deploy as a district. We do have $1 million contract with Spectrum. So where we have those really high-level behaviors, we do deploy additional support from certified BCBAs. And also, schools with specialized programs have their ESC intervention behavior coach, in addition to their ESC instructional facilitator and that case manager, that classroom teacher. There's actually a lot going on there, and sometimes you'll walk in and you'll see more adults than kids in some respects, but that's okay because the supports are what is working at that time, and it does look different from school to school. But if you were to look at a traditional mixed bag, you'd have anywhere between 1 and 15 students. You could have maybe 2 or 3 students with a level 254, 255 that would typically be in a specialized program, but are not for a multitude of reasons. It could be that we want to try something different before we go to that most restrictive environment. There's also cases where we have families declining services, but we still want to service at the highest or the most restrictive that we have outside of a specialized program. And at any point in that continuum, whether it's inclusion, VE, specialized program, behaviors are always very difficult. They're very individualized, they can be very intense, they can last a very long amount of time, and it's pulling on resources. The goal with behavior is if I have 5 strong behavior triggers as a student that is struggling with behavior, how do I get it down to 3? Because it doesn't, you can get it down to 0, but that takes a lot of time. So mitigating those high-level explosive behaviors to then getting to a place of coping and management so that they can attend to their learning. That is the ultimate goal, but it is very challenging. Any of those settings from VE to specialized program are a lot of complex things, very different across our district. And so we have our base allocation, but there's a lot we're funding in IDEA as far as our aids and our full spectrum contract and other behavior supports to layer in where it is a challenge, but it's a challenge. So
Yes.
I'm describing a challenging environment with a lot of support, but it will always, with the most support, continue to be, serving students that have the most needs. And we will continuously peel back that onion and work on what's working and what's not working. ESC focus group has been very helpful in feedback as far as what's working, what's not working, and including some of our principals that are, know what they want to see and know where it isn't. For example, I'm meeting with one on Thursday. Ms. Manelli now will be there seeking, she has some thoughts and feelings about what the allocation is, what it isn't. And so, of course, we're going to be there listening to make sure that we have made the right decisions and that we are utilizing our supports in the right ways. So we are constantly evolving there. And that EE place, I will say, overall, principals are very happy they have it. When they didn't have it, it was either inclusion or specialized program, which was tipping the scale the other way in ways that weren't needed, where you'd walk in a specialized program and you'd see Parento in there and you'd say, you know what, I don't really know why Chris is in there with Rachel and Jen, because I don't see the same need. So having that middle really slows down that continuum, gives students more time to respond to supports, which is really important. And we're very fortunate to have it here because it's not something you have to have, and it's not something you find across the district. I would encourage, when you speak to fellow board members and anyone you know in other districts, I think they would be like, wow, I wish I could provide that for my staff. But it is also a big funding commitment, but that we're committed to. As you see, even in these times, we have maintained that.
Well, VE has been something that's been special to Sarasota County Schools for quite a while. So I'm glad to hear that you're getting the teacher and the principal feedback, so it just doesn't appear like it's top down, that it really, and if principals say they have the need and they have the data to show it, that you're being flexible enough to address that. Because I know in the past, we have been very heavy in the aids. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, because obviously the request was made and it was granted. And I know at Oak Park. So what's going on at Oak Park? Can you kind of give a little snapshot? How are the aids? How are classes? And
So since we started using contracted services for our vacancies, last year was the best year that Oak Park had per feedback from the staff, feedback from the administration, because they were staffed. So we're not carrying vacancies that we've had to carry before because there's no one to hire. Doesn't matter if there's a hiring freeze or not. When you have no one to hire on a good day in a good year, that's going to create long-lasting issues for all the staff. So we were able to use our contracted services. We'll do that again. We still have a contract with that agency. Ms. Ramadka works closely with them. What we do is from our ESC team, we rank what positions we want to provide to the agency, and we choose the ones that are the hardest to fill, right? Our STARS program, which serves our EBD students and behavior heavy, we start there and prioritize what we're staffing and what we're paying for. There's also paid advertisements on Indeed that Ms. Ramadka team is also doing for BCBAs and psychologists and staff at Oak Park. So things are not in a place where we have any concern as far as starting the year strong, because again, we are allowing our schools to also, if you have a vacancy, they can start with a sub. You can pay sub for core instructional and instructional aids, which also covers ESC. So that's helpful too, while we're in a hiring freeze until the 5th day. But special ESC cases are very different. And Oak Park is absolutely the first one that gets the options with our contracted service. But that has been a game changer for us. There's another financial commitment, right, off of our general fund to pay for those services. And a lot of times, if you pay an SLP $55 an hour with the contract services, it's $80.
Yep.
Now, you gotta serve the need. There is no waiting to see if someone comes along. Now, when we can hire a board employee, we do that right away. And we're able to reduce that contract with our service provider.
And I appreciate that, and that's just the way it has to be done. And
You are right.
there is just so much that you all covered that it's hard to even come up with the comments or questions. And I would like to see somehow maybe a version of this that gets out to the public, because there is no way that I could explain all of this. And I have an education background, so there is just so much. And I really appreciate it to all staff that have worked on this. And I was glad, I know we've had conversations about the MTSS process. And in your piloting, did you find that any schools kind of added to the process?
So we're not quite in the pilot year yet. We have across
Well,
our.
you're in your conversations.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Yes. So to answer that question, yes, we have schools implementing the current handbook as it stands in varying degrees of fidelity, also with different types of structures within their schools. And so what we're working to do is to pull from all of the different structures and systems that our schools are using and try to streamline that, so that way our teams are able to implement those SWIST care meetings, are now with our new AIP legislation that we have to incorporate into those systems, and making sure that we have consistency within those structures across our schools. So it's really about taking things that are working well in our schools and just sort of tweaking, refining them, and creating that consistency across the board. And so having the school members as a part of the MTSS design team has been hugely helpful, because they're the ones living it every single day. And we're able to see this is working well in elementary, this is working well in secondary, how can create that across the board, and where do we need to leave it as is, where this is just an elementary practice or just a secondary. So we're really excited about the first year and all that design work that's going in, and our 4 schools are excited to be the pilot schools when we get there. And then we'll be creating PL opportunities for all of our schools, where those pilot administrators and team members at those 4 schools will get to help lead that work. So.
Oh, I think that's going to be very exciting, because I know to get past that 2 conferences, 2 interventions, to all of that, it's much more than just that. But it's very time consuming, but it's that instruction that each student that goes through the process needs to have. And piggybacking what Ms. Barker brought up about the AI, not only with our counselors who have the burden of a lot of paperwork, but so do other staff, having AI that could work on all of that would save a lot of time, because so much of that verbiage is the same. And then you just plug in what that individual, so that would save a lot of time instead of somebody having to that's their job of typing all those notes. So I like that. I'm almost done. But I like to say, too, that in all these conversations with what Ms. Connor was saying about, reimagining our schools and all the exciting things that you guys are doing, DOE really needs to work with us and up their game, too. So them, listening to what progressive districts are being able to do, because it benefits all kids. So I appreciate that. And I think what you talked about, I think it was Booker High School and Northport High School with the State College of Florida, and starting that, I think that is excellent. And I just have to say, having Karen Rose being on their board at the State College, what a perfect blend. You got somebody who has the public school K through 12 background, and now they're going to be on the college. What a great exchange of information that will be. So I think that's a plus for our whole county. So I think I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Ziegler, please.
Thank you. I'm going to start in reverse what I was going to. So I want to touch on AI really quickly, and then I'll go through kind of some of the comments and the presentation. So I know Mr. Connor and I have talked about AI, and I said recently we need to revisit this because it is rapidly moving. I'm working at a national level on a work group because it's educated education policymakers, but a lot of the people in the tech world and the workforce development, because there's a lot of moving parts, and I don't know what the landscape looks like, but we can't put the toothpaste back in the tube kind of thing when it comes to education. And so I'm incredibly passionate about, even if that's not concluded, even as a board, creating policy framework that puts guardrails in place, because I want our kids to be competitive. I think there's a lot of focus in ensuring that we are, as a nation, preparing our students to be competitive. And I think there's great opportunities there. I think it completely can transcend and completely transform education. More on the secondary level, I'm adamant that we do everything we can to preserve pre-K through 5, classic core instruction, and I think the data supports that. So if you can't tell, I'm very passionate about this because it worries me, because we have so many vendors who are ready to jump on this board, and I understand from the operational efficiency side all day long. I mean, we talk about time, that resource. If we can find that, as long as we ensure that we're compliant with what PPRA and FERPA, then, and that wherever Patrick is, those are the bigger risk factors for a district when it comes to a lot of the AI and the aggregation and all of that. But I just want to make sure maybe we even put it into a future workshop, not so distant future, to put those frameworks in place, because I want you guys, you talking about working with SAC committee, they'll know what you guys need from an efficiency standpoint, but I again feel very, very passionate about putting guardrails in place so that we don't replace the human component of instruction. And I know that that's certainly the intent, but we all have been around long enough to see how technology just starts to go down this little slope. And it's really and it's our fault at that point if we didn't put those guardrails in place, because you guys are moving and operating every day, right? So that is our responsibility. I cannot stress how passionate I feel about this and how urgent it is, because as we've noted, I wrote down all of these, and to date, I believe, and I guess I have a question here as I ramble, but I really do want to make sure that we put some kind of policy framework in place for, when it comes to making those decisions as a district. I can provide some sample language just as a starting point, but I kind of just articulated it right now. But as it stands right now, do we have anything by way of academic access or instruction that touches K-5 in AI? Do we know? Or pre-K-5?
Yeah, so the Amira platform that Ms. Minnelli was talking about, that we utilize pre-assessment data, and it'll track students into tutoring and virtual instruction based on their level of need when it comes to reading. And that program is specifically for our level 1 and level 2 students.
Which one was that one?
Amira.
Okay.
Yep. And that also will screen students for dyslexia, which is a state requirement of us to make sure that we have a dyslexia screening to differentiate between a general reading disability versus dyslexia, because that pathway for instruction looks very, very different. And you could remediate that far quicker if you know that that is the need that the student has. So Amira is one of our blended learning platforms, but right now, a lot of that is blended learning based. Edmentum, which is our recovery, that's another virtual resource that we use, which is similar to virtual school, right?
Right.
But more heavily virtual versus an instructor maybe teaching virtually and using blended learning. So a lot of our blended learning platforms are that version of AI that we do utilize within our core instructional.
Okay.
And Chalk Talk. So those three. Yes.
So, and I won't take the time, outside of the conversation now, and then I can circle back with the superintendent, and then hopefully, if the board agrees, have a workshop to develop a policy framework. We're not going to touch every single piece of it, and I want to look at it from the standpoint of innovation, and predominantly when I think about middle and high, particularly if you think about CTE, there's huge opportunities there. But, and then what framework we can put in place from a professional development, but also preserve that early education, pre-K-5 as much as possible from standard traditional instruction. So I will get off my soapbox on that one, but it came up and I was fast and furiously writing. So back to the presentation. Thank you for all of that. It's interesting. I look at the gains we made in the last 2 years. This is substantial. And I also know you guys hit the ground running. There's been so much transformative change, and staff has really, rose to the occasion ultimately to really deliver that. I do also have to, so I want to highlight that positive side of it, I then naturally am just going to look at the ones areas of that was highlighted as areas of opportunity or areas of stagnation. But that's not totally fair. But when it looks at aggregated data, and so I know 5th grade math and science stuck out to me. The lowest quartile. Again, these have big gains, but when we look at this past year, there was the cohort when we extrapolate out based on categories. There were some concerning elements on the proficiency rates. So without going one by one, I mean, I'll highlight just the 5th grade. Is there anything that stands out that?
It's multi-layered, right? But one thing we noticed was some of the larger elementary schools that had changes in leadership. And when you change a leader, then you have new expectations. There may be some staff turnover as relates to the leader leaving. So there are some things that we noticed at particular schools where there had been recent leadership changes where we saw some declines. And obviously that attributes, especially when they're large, that's going to have an effect over the overall districts. That's just one thing.
Okay.
So we've looked at that as possibilities of, when we're making leadership changes in the districts, what potential unintended consequences does that have? Because there are implementation dips, leadership implementation dips, curriculum implementation dips that are a natural process of change. Sometimes you can avoid them and sometimes you can't. So that one stuck out to us. We saw at specific large elementary schools where there were changes in leadership, we saw some backsliding in the data, which I think affected the overall.
Okay, excellent. Well, and then, I mean, again, to the point of looking at using this data to determine what we do differently, so that's good to know. And then the acceleration, so I have different viewpoints on acceleration, but if you look at it, it's a lag data. We've been kind of flat. So what's your response, and what's your thought, feedback on that looking ahead?
Specifically in middle school, and we're doing very well in middle school, honestly, when you rank us compared to other school districts. But the opportunities there is to make sure that is a very specific criteria for students to be eligible for taking acceleration course to count towards that cell. And so we just have to make sure that every school, including our charters, the one thing that kind of is the bane of a superintendent's existence is the fact that you can't necessarily manage what's happening at
You have no authority, but they are included in your grade.
That is right. And so we really worked hard last year to get some of our charter schools to make sure they're maximizing that cell to the best of their ability. And we did have some schools that had some growth in that area. But ultimately, we don't control 15%.
Right.
I mean, think if you just look at it at average, 15% of our students are not under our direction. And so for us, it's continuing to have those conversations with those schools as well as looking at us in terms of curriculum. I think we're doing a pretty good job as a district at middle school. Now, high school, that's a different story. We're doing a good job, but we can do better.
Okay.
And where I'm starting to see some school districts kind of bump ahead of us, it's not necessarily in proficiency. We're still academically high performing, but they're knowing strategically where in high school to gain points that overall is going to take that. We had a couple of districts that just popped above Sarasota County. And where was the major difference?
Hence my beginning of saying I have different thoughts and feelings when it comes to acceleration, because I've seen that. That is actually, I think, something our district did before. You have people in the seats, but they're not actually learning. It was inappropriately placed, and I don't like that. So, I mean, and that's why these conversations are helpful, because this is a snapshot, but then there's conversations around it, so it's not necessarily, it should look poorly. So I appreciate that insight. Then just kind of hinging, I couldn't be more excited about the dual enrollment and SCF partnership growing again. I've said that before, and it's just onward from here on out. And then one other piece was the over-testing and the assessment. So I'm very appreciative that you say that and you question that. And forgive me if I misunderstood this, but it said you recommend there, for example, we would recommend 2 or so assessments that would be a best practice, even though we have a menu of options. Is there a reason we continue to keep the menu of options?
Yes, because we do have the first take at pre-assessments, especially in the primary grades, where we're trying to identify where their strengths are and where are their gaps.
Okay.
So there are things that have to be done, but then further down the line, after those assessments, if there are issues that aren't changing at the rate of speed that you would expect, you can dip into other tools and resources to further identify the needs of the student. So that's why there's more than one option, but then there's specific things that we do that are in ordinance with state law, dyslexia screenings, making sure we've identified where they are phonetically. So when they're in the primary grades and in those small groups, we're addressing the right things and differentiating appropriately. But there was a point in time where those progress monitoring tools, we did have duplication. It's like, you got to do these 4, but these 4 actually told you the same thing. And some of them were very labor intensive, face to face, right? One-on-one. So we've streamlined that specifically. Did you want to add on to that?
Yeah, I think you just hit upon it. It's the one-on-one assessment tool versus something that like an iReady screener could give you. And so we really took a look at the outcomes of those iReady assessments versus the one-on-one interview-based assessments. And so to answer your question as to why we still provide them, because there may be a teacher who does have that one student where, yes, they know that this is an area of deficit, but they just need some more assessment and they just need something else to be able to really laser in on what instruction would be needed. And so that's why we still have that there, but we no longer say you need to do this with every student in your class, because these assessments that you can give to your whole class can give you that same result.
One of the tried and true things you'll hear teachers talk about is the core phonics inventory. Labor intensive, but as Ms. Benelli said, start with a more broad stroking, narrow down who needs the one-on-one. When in the past it was broad stroking and everyone one-on-one. So, but then even further on, if you need to dig deeper on an even smaller subset, we have other options down the line. So that has been streamlined, and that was duplicative at a time.
Very good. I appreciate that. Well, and I'm glad we did bump this to this workshop, because there's nothing worse. This is such a critical piece. This really is the core purpose of all of us being here, and that it's not, that wasn't, rushed through, because it's so substantive and you guys do such great work. As Mrs. Marinelli mentioned, there's so much to go over, but I really appreciate all of that and also the answers and insight. I'll end with, I couldn't be more excited. I know that there was a slide that kind of was a precursor to future conversations as we reimagine and look at different, whether we're talking about capacities or we're talking about secondary education ultimately. And I do think there are, even as we look ahead as our legislative platform discussion, when you think about certain, you mentioned, Mr. Connor, about certain statutory requirements on graduation requirements, which are very difficult. I can speak from experience trying to change that legislatively, but I also think we're at a time where some of these things are outdated. And if we are looking at doing some major transitions, it's not something that's going to happen in one legislative cycle. It's going to be something like having those conversations. And so having the educators, as you kind of look in what that reimagination looks like, and what can we kind of start that conversation? Because I do think there needs to be potentially more flexibility. And then just add in the AI conversation in there, and we're talking about off to the races. So I just wanted to plant that seed, because I do think the old traditional brick and mortar, sit in your seat for 8 hours or whatever, X amount of hours, 900 hours of instruction is different. It's dated, and if we're going to be competitive, we need to be creative. And I think lots of students like that, and parents. So whatever that looks like, I would encourage people to start thinking through that, because I think that's a conversation we need to start having. So anyway, thank you for everything you guys do.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards?
Thank you. I'm looking at most of my questions. First, let me start by the three of you cannot be more academic oriented and creating a web of no kids falling through the cracks. Unbelievable. Listening to your presentation in its entirety really does demonstrate how and what you do every single day with the team of people behind you, and it shines through in the data. It really does. I mean, we see those incremental increases, and so I'm appreciative of your grind every single day. And then when we throw budgetary constraints on top of your already extraordinary workload, I'm appreciative of the amount of hours that you put in. So thank you. But I am speaking from my questions today in looking at the legislative update or the legislative agenda that we're going to be building. My first question is, I'm wondering if AI could be utilized
from an entirety in compliance to find out where the redundancy exists, because there has to be a ton of redundancy where we're paying staff members to write the same thing over and over again. And so I would have the question of using data with AI to give back to the legislature to say, here are the statutes that are costing taxpayers money and us money and our instructional time. So I'm looking for that to be addressed. Also, just looking at listening, if you just listened, there's a lot of conversation around ESE and ELL. Lots of time, lots of effort, lots of instruction that go into those conversations. Are all private schools, charter schools, are they all required to have those kinds of programs?
So, no.
Interesting.
Depending on the level of the more intense that your needs are, that is not provided in most charter and private schools.
And yet we are legislatively required to do so. And I'm just, again, throwing that out there, not just for our board, who I'm sure knows this as well as I, but to the public and in advance of our legislative agenda conversation. These are the kinds of things that as I mentioned, look at the incredible web that you guys have created to make sure academically no kid falls through, but how much of your day is scheduled into ESE and ELL, not to mention the VE conversations that were highlighted by two of my fellow board members. So these are the kinds of things that make me frustrated as a board member, and many of the people that I speak to out in the public about the demise of public education through this situation. It'll go back to this one other place that I saw when I looked at the data. I saw incredible incremental increases all through many of the areas, math, ELL, all of it. Our lagging zero place was in the lowest quartile. We had 1 year where and if I look at how teachers care, I look at how administrators care, I look at all of the caring that's gone into the literacy for all of this energy, how is it that we went level? And I appreciate Mr. Connor's, I think it's more than that. I think it's around Title I. I think it's around when poverty enters a household, so does trauma. And all of the academic work that you could throw at those teachers and things. And I think it's where behavior enters the classroom, all kinds of problems that happen in and around Title I that we're accepting or asking our teachers, not us, but the system is asking teachers to perform at the same academic level with the same tools. And I know there's some additional funding, but it's not cutting it. No matter when I look at the amount of effort that goes into every academic program in the Literacy for All to be at a zero and a flat rate with some hiccups of turnover, which happens everywhere, every day. It's in the student services supports area that's causing that to happen. So I'm going to go back to, and I think there's another place. It's in, we move students along and we advance them grade level by grade level because of what we talked about at the last workshop. There's not enough time in a day, so we can't get them always that one-on-one advanced support because statutorily we have to go through all these different kinds of things. And when I was talking to Mr. Connor about supplemental after-school programs at Boys and Girls Club or Laurel Civic or Girls Inc., there's we can do all that, but it's still not enough for elevating what those students really need in all of the support services that I think are necessary to get everybody on the level playing field. So the one last place that I'm going to throw out there is, I hear this all the time. There are a ton of folks that would volunteer to go through some professional learning to be available for the kinds of tutoring that would be what our students need in after-school programming. Not just the summer programs that Ms. Barker mentions, which I think are another solution to the problem, but there's programs that we can be offering our public in the literacy for all, particularly, even in English language learning. There are a lot of folks out there that would jump at a chance to go through a professional learning environment to be ready to give those kids the additional hours and supports. Because what you mentioned about how you're attacking the early grades so that we'll sail through at some point because it's starting young and moving on, that is amazing. I love hearing that because that gives me incredible hope that it's not going to be this way always. But we inherit students. We inherit students from charter schools. We inherit kids when they relocate from other school districts. And those are often what I'm hearing from teachers, those are the kids that are the challenges. And those teachers identify those, whomever they are, that need those additional supports. And if we're stuck legislatively on how to fix them and how to move them on and how to give them what they need, there's other ways to skin that cat that don't necessarily have to cost a lot of money. Lastly, and I will stop, the 47 strategic actions in Pillar 1, I think we can refine those. We're in our third year, yes? We can get that down a bit because I think you guys have done an amazing job. And the Hope schools that are moving us into this, that's, to me, a continuous improvement process. We were doing that. I was doing that ahead anyhow, because there's always ways in the business world to do more with less, especially as technology's coming in and we're reimagining a lot of different things. Field trips for the kids, Polytech. Elementary kids should be going to Polytech. That's an incredible environment. Field trips for our incredible VPA programs that when they're in elementary or in early parts of their middle school years, for them to just have that visual exposure of what is going on in other schools or 2 grades or 3 grades ahead sometimes helps capture them into the right environment. So where Mr. Connor was juggling, how do I do a certain thing on a maximize the days? You guys do that all the time with master scheduling. See where you can throw some field trips in for kids to see other environments at other schools, especially when they're younger. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. I would just say at the end, it's unbelievable. I just like to focus on one thing is in reference to really what pushes it, which is our faculty, because anytime anybody has change, you look at the incremental jumps. I mean, we really made huge jump very first year, that you know that on the second year, in order to keep that pace, even though I made a joke that I was expecting it was even going to be more, that you know that it's going to come down and you're going to have a dip before you go back up. It's just the way of the world. And that I know that change is super, super hard, no matter who it is, no matter what profession it is, that with change, you know, it just takes time in order for people to start seeing the results before they ultimately 100% buy in, and then you start growing again. And I think with what you guys have done, and you look at our numbers, you look at our percentages, you know, like I said before, you know, Sarasota, we should never follow, we should always lead, we should be number one with everything we have here. But it comes down to the teachers, and I really thank them. I know they came back to work, but when you look at the numbers and that, it's because we have an unbelievable dedicated staff like you guys, as well as them, that are doing those things and getting the information back to you. Of course, the biggest complaint when I talk to teachers is the testing, how much testing the kids have to do. And I get it and understand it, and I know that you guys are actively looking at Mr. Connor because you're dedicated to make sure that they have the best tools available in order to do what they need to do. And again, the board's commitment, I know, is we're always looking at opportunities, and we had some really, really great, insightful information today, I think, from everybody in reference to continuing to try to move forward. I mean, whether it's behavior or whether it's science or math or all those different things, we're looking at the budgets to do everything that we possibly can do, but really the hat's off to the teachers for continuing to be out there. I mean, you could say boots on the ground, whatever it is, but really it comes back to strong leadership. And I see that with Mr. Connor and you guys in reference to, hey, what do you need? How can we get there? And, again, it was brought up last year, St. John's, as their number one. They have no charters. We have, 14? And we're going to get some of their data at 15% is going to be maxed in there, and we're going to get some benefits, and then we're not going to get some benefits. And I know we had approved some positions to do some extra support for them, which we're not able to do based on the current budgeting. And I think that also would have come into where everybody, as this is only going to year 3, it gets a lot easier after year 3, going through multiple bosses. Like when I was at the sheriff's office, I think I had 4 different sheriffs, and everybody has a different thing that they want to go, and everybody got to get into step. And I think that the staff is really where I want to focus on. I think that they've done a truly amazing job on doing these things, and the input that they're giving back to you, which is the data, allows you to make changes. And so I'm just waiting for AI to make me look like Tom Cruise, and then I'll be 100% supportive against Bridget, because then I think that would be really beneficial for me personally. No offense, Bridget. But the point being is I really appreciate everything that you did and everything. And then, of course, for next year, I expect the outcomes to be doubled. So I think that's what you can shoot at. And I believe that our graduation rate for next year should be, were we at 95% this year?
It's still every day we're still trying to get a few across the line. We're at 94, which is over a point increase.
And again, that's something that's unheard. That's just again.
That's unofficial, by the way. Unofficial.
It's unofficial, unofficial. But I mean, again, it just shows that we're continually to make strides to do the very best that we can. That for our students, and that's the commitment I know that this board has. No matter what it is that we want our kids to have the best opportunities as possible. Because in this county, that should always be the case because of the people that we have here. So with that, Superintendent Connor, any final words?
No, thank you for the discussion. Thank you for the feedback.
Yes, Ms. Marinelli.
Superintendent Connor, you and I kind of addressed this a little when we had our one-on-ones. But one of our foundations is putting snapshots of where Sarasota County falls, our schools, on social media. And the latest one, I got a lot of emails asking me to explain it. And I said, well, would have to talk with you and staff, because I don't feel like I'm the one to be able to explain all this. But the latest one was Sarasota schools have 6 schools testing better than the state average and 15 schools below the state average for math for grade 8, ranked by the FAST testing. So, and it looked like to me the 6 schools were charters. So that it seems like there's a discrepancy of what's being put on social media and people are seeing than what is actually happening. Can you address that just a little bit?
Oh, absolutely. So there's 2 phases of data that come out from the state. So the DOE puts out 2 phases. You get the raw scores typically right as school ends. And the raw scores includes every student that tested. Those numbers are typically going to be lower than what you get at the July release, which is with the school grade data. When you get that release of data, that includes only students who are in survey 2 and 3, the ones that you taught for the entire year. Because kids move in, kids move out. So that's one aspect. In particular to what you just raised with 8th grade, there's a very nuanced context that you have to understand about 8th grade. This is where middle school acceleration comes into play. When you look at the students who are not placed in algebra or geometry in 8th grade, which is how you get acceleration, and the majority of our kids go into those courses, the ones who are left take the pre-algebra 8th grade assessment. Those students are level 1s and 2 students. But the cohort of those students is very small because most of our 8th graders are in algebra and geometry. So here's the ironic part of that. It's actually probably a good thing that we're having a lower score in 8th grade than, because the algebra and geometry is where the majority of those kids exist. And so the overall average is going to be much higher because we've made increases in math. But when you pull out 8th grade, you have to understand how that assessment is administered. It is only administered to kids who are not taking algebra and geometry, which is probably 2/3 to 75% of our kids who are not taking that 8th grade assessment. And the ones who are level 1s and 2 students. So they are already struggling, and they really didn't qualify or eligible to take algebra because they were not performing well in math in 7th grade. Does that make sense?
Yeah. To
So
me,
if you just put it out there, you may go, well, it looks as if schools are underperforming in 8th grade math. Well, if you use a broad stroke like that, I guess you could say that. But when you look at the data and who actually took the test, it's actually a good thing that we have kids in algebra where we're performing very well, have a majority of our kids there, and a very small cohort of kids who are in that 8th grade assessment. So the data is just nuanced. There's a lot of context to it, and numbers sometimes do not tell the entire story of how that is derived.
Because realistically, you're saying that 75% of our kids are accelerating, and the kids that they're testing is such a small, it looks like we're low, when actually we are really exceeding.
And
because of
that
how many
also
kids are up.
helps you on the middle school acceleration piece. You want those kids to go to algebra and geometry at the middle school level because there's a lot of research that says starting kids in the rigorous math as early as possible sets them up for success when they get to high school and eventually to college. So our goal is always to push students to the rigorous math courses, obviously when they're ready, but give them the support to get them there early so that they're set up for success at the high school level.
Thank you. And I think that is something because, we are all hearing that and seeing it. So thank you for that explanation. Thank you, Ms. Marinelli.
Yep.
With that, are we ready to move on to Mr. Parento? And then I think we'll take a break. Which is the board? Would you like to break or do the policies and then?
yeah, let's do
All
the
right, well, go
policy
ahead.
and then
Yes,
break.
thank you. Mr. Connor, reference to the next agenda item.
All right, we have our Supervisor of Government Affairs, Mr. Chris Parento, who is going to go through our cycle of revisions for policies, Chapter 3 through 5.
Thank you, Superintendent. Board members, I'll start by saying that this policy review cycle that we have implemented over the last year has really been beneficial to us throughout this entire process as we're making changes. We have almost 340 policies within our district. And as we make changes, when we go through this process, not only do we find other policies that need refining of their own, but we find a lot of references or alignment with additional policies that we need to get those updated. And you'll see a lot of that within these policy revisions today. Over the last year, we have over 70 policy revisions that have been approved by the board, and that does not include the 17 that were presented from the legislative session in July or 10 that we have for you today. So the first policy revision is policy 3.45. It's our background screening for contractors. We added additional information to this policy regarding the new fingerprinting process through the ACA clearinghouse. And we all added the same reporting requirement that we have for staff on arrests for certain offenses and when they must report those to the school district. Policy 5.40 is regarding student attendance. We added additional information about non-enrollment issues for students related to truancy. There was a change made at the legislative level that added some additional information, so we wanted to make sure that we got that included in this policy. Policy 6.17 is appointment or employment requirements. We added that same information cross-referencing policy 6.29 on those reporting requirements for certain arrests. And we also added the fingerprinting requirements that have been updated to include that ACA clearinghouse requirement and rescreening requirements. Policy 6.91 is on salary schedules. We revised the term teacher to instructional personnel so that aligns with state standards. Policy 6.144 is educational paraprofessionals. Again, within this one, we revised the fingerprinting requirements for the ACA clearinghouse just so that all of these policies continue to remain in alignment. Policy 6.145 is substitute teachers, temporary and substitute classified and support employees. Again, adding information, cross-referencing and aligning with policy 6.29 on those reporting requirements for certain arrests. And we also revise some of the job titles and additional information within that policy about being able to meet the job requirements with or without accommodations to ensure that we are in compliance with our ADA requirements. Policy 6.541 is our annual vacation leave policy. We revised this policy based on the last negotiated collective bargaining agreement. There was a change made to the use of accrued vacation or leave time beyond 60 days, so we wanted the policy to match the language in that CBA. Policy 6.915 is use of sick leave by family members. There was some duplicated information within this policy, so we just took that out to avoid any confusion as someone's reading through it and what it actually is trying to say. Policy 7.60 is audits. This was a recommendation that we restructure the information within this policy, that the results of audits are presented to the board for informational purposes, so that we would clear up some confusion that some people had as to whether or not audit results were only presented to the board if action was needed as a result of that audit. And we reworded one of those sections that if action was required, it would be presented to the board for that action to be taken at a regular school board meeting. And policy 4.22 is our library media center management and objection to use policy. These revisions were originally brought to the board at the April 1st workshop. However, they were unintentionally left off of the agenda to advertise at the April regular board meeting. So we wanted to bring this back to you so that it would be back on the radar, not only for you as board members, but also for the public before we bring it to you again to advertise at the August 19th board meeting. So some of the changes that were made to this policy back at the April workshop that we presented were revisions to the structure of the policy for clarity and the training requirements for our district media specialists. We made minor changes to library materials, including the amount of time permitted for public comment during any district review committee, and information added about lost or damaged materials and fees. And with that, happy to take any questions.
Board members? Mr. Edwards?
I always get, when I hear the word, it was recommended, so that gives me a question mark. It was in and around the audits change. Where did those recommendations come from?
Mrs. Penner recommended that we made those changes, that all audits be presented to the board for informational purposes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the board?
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Parento. We'll go ahead and do we want to do 30 or 20? 30 minutes it is. We will come back at 1:10. We're adjourned until then.
It should not be. John, can you unmute presenter? Oh, there we go. I see me moving now. Oops. Check, Megan, can you hear me now? You can. Okay, I can't hear you though. No. Yes, I'm coming from your side. Just check your audio connection, the caret next to the audio. Nope. Okay, hold on. Let me change my speaker over here. Give me 1 second. What about now? Check again. No. Okay, you can still hear me? You can. I cannot hear you. Let's check this. Why can I not? Turn up volume. Give me 1 second. You should trying a couple different speakers here. How about now? You can still hear me? And I can't hear you. Yeah, it should be.
Is that the only writing you have?
Since you're mute, if you can dial into it for the audio portion, let's test that real quick. Let me just keep looking at what I see here. And then let's see which one decides. Not getting any audio over here. What is going on here? Now I'm trying to get her on audio real quick. I will. Hold on. I see. You dialed in? Still nothing? I can't hear you. Give me 1 second. Let me run to the back.
Is just for participants, and so it told me at the very beginning like I would be muted the whole time anyway. Or not for participants, for attendees, sorry. Yeah. But yeah, my little green bar is moving, so like it can hear me. I'm using my AirPods. So.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. I'll go on mute.
Okay, let me share this PowerPoint with you here, and then I will get out of the way. Hold on, let's do that. Let's do this. Share. wants to make sure you have it. Okay. Why does things not want to work sometimes? Disappear. Okay, there we go. The student's ready.
Good afternoon. We are now back in session at the school board. We'll go ahead and with our next agenda item. Superintendent Connor, please.
Thank you, Board Chair. Yeah, over the last legislative session, we really did have a lot of wins that we can celebrate here in Sarasota County specifically. We received an appropriations for our STC Northport campus of $750,000 for that expansion. We also were really on the front lines of advocating strongly around preserving the add-on FTE, which we were heard by our legislators, and that really made a difference. And we also had some wins in some of our legislative priorities that we developed as a board last year in terms of that flexibility and efficiency in school operations, continued deregulation with now the relaxation of the middle school and high school start times. And also some other areas in which we were able to get some wins. But there were areas where I still think we need to continue to advocate, and also some things that have transpired that are new challenges on the horizon that I think the board should be considered. So as we move into the legislative session this year, which I believe begins in October, which is early, this is a great opportunity to really solidify our stance as a board, what our priorities are, what we're going to advocate for. And so at this time, I will hand it over to Mr. Parento to initiate that conversation with the board.
Thank you, Superintendent. Board members, our goal today is to take really the next step in shaping our district's 2026 legislative platform, which will be our roadmap for advocating on the issues that matter most to our schools, to our students, to our staff, and to our families. These priorities are going to set the foundation for ensuring that we have a meaningful voice with legislators, both locally and across the state. Throughout the last year, even we were advocating for things during the 2025 legislative session, we were looking ahead to additional areas and opportunities for 2026. So today we have more than 20 items that fall into about 7 or 8 different buckets. And those are items that have been brought up either by staff or by you as board members over last year as items that we may want to consider for our legislative platform as we go forward. And we really need to focus those to about 3 to 5 buckets of areas that we want to advocate for using some of these items. Because as I always say, if everything's a priority that we're advocating for, then really nothing is a priority. So we're meeting with legislators. We really want to be able to focus what we want and what we need into a few small items. We do have Miss Megan Fay joining us virtually from Capital City Consulting so that she can address any questions that you all may have on items that didn't pass this year and may come back again next year with some refining and may gain more traction, or questions about kind of what the temperature is right now on certain other items in Tallahassee. So by the end of this today, we hope to have crafted a proposal that turns these topics into some very well-defined and actionable items that we can support in our advocacy with real data that'll be positioned to help us best for our advocacy efforts. We'll bring that proposal back to you for approval at the August 19th workshop, and then really hit the ground running from there, because after that, there's about 8 weeks until committee meetings start in October as we go into the January legislative session. So a lot of those buckets of consideration are many that we've had priorities in before. Those are items like school safety, mental health, CTE programming, early learning, accountability, administrative efficiency, facilities, academics, some other areas that may fall into either multiple or may not necessarily fall into one, and then financial, which I know is going to be a big topic of discussion. So we'll start with school safety and mental health. And one of the areas that we consider is to continue building on the common sense changes that were made this year in SB 1470 around some of the requirements for school safety and making sure that the safety measures that we are required to implement make sense to keep students safe every single day while utilizing the resources that we have, allowing flexibility in the implementation of some of the drills that we're required to do throughout the school year, and continuing the investment in school safety by ensuring sustainable funding for school safety and mental health services on an ongoing basis. In regards to CTE programming, this is one that we worked on with Dr. DePillo this year, and Senator Gruder sent a bill through drafting that we had worked on with him to move closer towards meeting the state funding need for workforce development funding for all districts across the state. In some areas, some of the districts are funded at about 80% of their state funding, and some are funded at 140%. So simplifying and maximizing that formula so that we can slowly move towards a 100% of state funding need for all those programs. Simplifying and maximizing efficiency and certification pathways to attract and retain high-quality CTE instructors in some of those high-demand areas here in the county like healthcare, IT, and skilled trades. And increasing CTE pathways in areas like artificial intelligence, like cybersecurity, some of those things that we know are going to be major areas of need in the very near future. In regards to early learning, we had this on our platform last year. It started to gain a little bit of momentum in conversations when we talked about funding an additional hour of VPK. Rather than looking at funding full day VPK, we know that for years that really hasn't been an area that gets a lot of conversation. But by providing that one additional hour of instructional time increases the likelihood that students enter kindergarten at or above grade level over what we're currently at now. So if we can slowly start to take small bites of that apple, hopefully eventually we could get to that full day VPK of state funding. And maintaining or increasing that base student allocation for VPK students could also help in those areas where it can help us provide those services after that VK day for our families. In terms of accountability, I know this was one that board members have talked about. Ensuring that if certain reports to districts are delayed, that there are corresponding deadlines that the district has to meet, that those are extended by the same amount of time that the reporting is delayed getting to us, so that we're not put under extremely tight deadlines over what already exist. Expanding the number of industry certification tests that count towards end of course concordant examinations. And ensuring that no changes to school or district grade scales are made without corresponding changes to the way that grades are calculated to ensure that the two remain aligned. I know there was a lot of discussion in the legislature this year. When you think about school grades and what is an A school, everybody tends to think of it the same way that the student grading scale is, that it's 90 to 100, 80 to 90, 70 to 80, and so on and so forth. But with the components of the grading scale, simply moving it to that level, even if there is a 10-year glide path to get there, it would reduce the number of A schools across the state to nearly none if no changes are made to the way that those components are calculated. So working closely with legislators to get the academic side involved in this and what those components look like and how it can sort of seamlessly integrate into something that gets closer to what that model is that had been proposed. In terms of administrative efficiency, continuing to build on the work of the last 2 years of reducing redundant reporting requirements that the school districts have. We have many of them. I know it was brought up earlier in this workshop about reducing some of those. Exempting school districts from certain portions of Chapter 120 for local rulemaking. There was a proposal this year that would have allowed us to speed it up a little bit rather than a 14-day notice of development and then a 28-day notice of proposed rules, that if you do a certain number of public meetings or public hearings, that you can buy without doing all of that. And for some districts, it would be a financial savings because they're still posting their ads in newspapers. For us, we do it online, so it wouldn't necessarily be a financial savings, but it could be a time savings for the district as we look at something like that. And expanding the number of costs that can be reallocated from the general fund to the capital fund. There are certain things that are not currently allowed, but they could be considered capital needs, like instructional materials. We can't operate without instructional materials, just like we can't provide transportation without school buses. So things like this, thinking outside the box in ways that can free up some funding in other areas that we need in the classroom every single day. From a facilities perspective, there was discussion this year about permanently eliminating the cost per student station limitation. They've extended that out a few more years, but considering eliminating that so that we can account for the rising construction costs and improve our capital budget forecasting in that process, including VPK and pre-K students in the FISH calculations to ensure that accurate classroom capacity usage being reported. Those are students that are in our schools that are not currently counted in those reports. And as we look at these schools of hope and we look at utilization, now there's going to have to be an opportunity for districts to provide details about pre-K or VPK students that could account for some of those excess seats in those schools. But if we just include them from the beginning, that eliminates a redundancy in reporting. And again, we had this on our platform last year, and we had a lot of good conversation with legislators, really opening eyes about some of these additional construction costs that we have as a coastal county for the way that we have to build our facilities, that more inland counties may not have the same type of cost. It may be significantly less in some cases, and including that cost factor within the FEFP like they do in certain other areas. From an academics perspective, there was a lot of discussion about this year, defining or requiring the Florida Department of Education to define what is an excused absence versus an unexcused absence so that it's implemented uniformly across the state, and exempting excused absences from any definition of excessive absenteeism. That way we can really have a more accurate picture of what that excused versus unexcused student attendance looks like. Expanding digital learning opportunities. Same thing like we talk about with the certification pathways for CTE, including AI to prepare students for life after high school while maintaining the academic integrity that we know is so important. So students are truly utilizing this as a supplemental tool to what they're doing rather than trying to just pawn it off as their own work to cut corners and get through things a little bit quicker. Continuing to expand accountability on the use of funds from the academic acceleration options component to ensure that those funds are being used properly while maintaining the funding for these high-impact education choices. I don't think that this year was the last year that we're going to be discussing the ACE, the IB, the AP funding, and those programs. I think that it's going to continue, and I think we need to continue to be at the forefront of that with accountability options to show that the districts that are doing it right need to continue to receive that money for these programs that students and families are choosing. As we look at what I'll call the other bucket, maintaining the RLE to allow growth to pay for increased costs of required services, supports, and programs. Instead of that RLE getting rolled back every year at the state level, maintain that so that the growth in our community can continue to help in those areas. Moving mandatory retention to a grade earlier than third. This has been discussed a lot across the state, as with the progress monitoring system, we're able to see where things are going earlier than ever. And if we're able to provide those interventions at an earlier level, are we going to be able to set ourselves up better to have students achieving at grade level when they get through third grade, setting them up better for fourth, fifth, middle, and high school, they move forward. Refining changes to schools of hope. We've recently seen the language from the Florida Department of Education on what their rulemaking process is for this. They've provided some definitions and additional clarity than we got in the legislation itself. And it's a little bit more unfavorable for us than the original legislation, defining underutilized, vacant, or surplus the same way that persistently low performing is defined. They have a specific amount of time that a school must be in the lowest 10% in the state. Persistently underutilized, is that below 70%, 80% utilization in 3 of the last 5 years? If a school's currently underutilized, but there's an area of growth around it, and a School of Hope comes in, they have 5 years in there. But if the growth is anticipated in that area, so really working with legislators to refine what that language looks like in that Schools of Hope legislation that passed. I know this one has been brought up, Mr. Edwards, you bring this up almost every discussion that we have about legislative platform, requiring instruction on firearm safety and safe storage of firearms for not only at the school, but for parents as well, whether that's through parent engagement or through law enforcement agencies or wherever. Expanding requirements are student athlete, NIL, and educational resources. We have been at the forefront of this from when it first started being discussed at FHSAA. Myself and Mr. Slayton spoke to the Student Academic Success Subcommittee about this, and there were a lot of things that were brought forward this year, including requiring parental consent before any NIL agreement, limiting the amount of money that agent or representative could make off of these NIL deals, and even a consideration that was talked about a lot of allowing coaches to act as advisors for student athletes. And some may say that seems like it may not be the most beneficial to have a coach who's a district employee working with student athletes about getting contracts from third parties. But for some student athletes, that coach is one of the only people in their life that they can go to for advice and for trust. And so there was a lot of discussion about that on the House side this year, but it didn't gain much traction in the Senate. And then allowing for school districts to charge a fee to charter schools for services that are utilized, but cost school districts both time and financial resources to provide those to those charter schools. Now, as we get into financial, there's kind of 2 different approaches. And the first one would fall in line with how we have historically done our legislative platform every year, with 3 to 4 to 5 different priorities. And the second one would be a totally different, unique approach that I brought to the superintendent and to the CFO and to Dr. Kemp and to Mrs. O'Day. And when I first brought it forward, they all looked at me like I was crazy. So I'm guessing that I may get some of that here as well. But relief from financial mandates. We all know how much these mandates are having an impact on our budget each and every year. Increases to support increased teacher salaries. We talk about the teacher salary increase allocation every year, but over the last few years, of a minimum starting salary for teachers. We're fortunate that we're well above that here in Sarasota County over what the state mandate is. Creating a separate district for scholarship students to increase that transparency. We had this on our platform last year. I know a couple of legislators thought that it was a unique and innovative approach, and on the House side, there wasn't a whole lot of appetite for it at that time, but it's something that we do think could be brought back again for continued discussion. And transitioning at the Florida Department of Education to a modern student information system to track all publicly funded students, which will allow for the accurate funding and accountability of money distribution so that the money truly does follow the students. And if students are leaving us, the money follows them. If they're coming to us from somewhere else, the money follows them. If they leave and come back, the money follows them, which is what the legislature has said over and over again, their intent. And a modern student information tracking system will help tremendously with that. Expanding the 5-year adoption cycle for certain instructional materials. We talked about this at the last meeting about how some of those materials, do they really need to be readopted every 5 years? Could that extend out 6, 7, 8 years if they're unchanged, that would allow us to save some of that cost?
basing annual funding increases on the Consumer Price Index to ensure that that funding remains stable for all funded options throughout the FEFP, and updating program cost factors to accurately reflect the higher cost of services, especially as we talk about ESE and ESOL services. Option number 2 is the one that I began discussing a few months ago about having just a single item legislative platform that's ensuring adequate and accurate funding for all students statewide. And this would include many of these items that we've discussed. It would also include that without adequate and accurate funding, none of these other priorities can be implemented if the money's not there to implement these programs. We would have infographics highlighting things like rising costs in areas like FRS contributions over the last 5 years, health insurance, property insurance, utilities, transportation, construction, instructional materials, safety and security, all of these, while also showing increases to the base student allocation, the total cost per student funding, enrollment across the district, staffing numbers across the district for all of that time, so that we have the transparency and can say, hey, our ratios are unchanged, but these costs are far exceeding the additional funding that we're getting. And while funding we know is directly tied to enrollment, ensuring the accuracy of tracking where students are and accounting for required or regular cost increases ensures that students making our schools their choice have the access to the high quality teachers, safe and secure learning environment, state-of-the-art resources, and individualized supports they need for successful outcomes when they leave us. And with that, happy to take any questions you may have.
Ms. Barker, please.
Thanks. I really like the second option of streamlining and really making this our focus, because, you know, if we keep doing the same thing, we're going to get the same results. So why not try something else, particularly when the state is doing all kinds of new things. So I think it behooves us to respond. I wonder, I saw under the RLE, could we include the RLE in option 2? Because I think it would be really helpful for our legislators to see that decade of rollbacks to the RLE, what that has actually cost us. And I'm sure someone could find that, but I think it's probably several hundred millions of dollars. Billions of dollars.
Depending how far, it'd be billions.
Okay, great, cool, that's
And
fine.
yes, Ms. Parker, that is absolutely something that we could include in there with what that looks like. We would want to do it within the same time frame that we're doing here, but even if it's a shorter time frame, it's still a pretty, significant sum of money throughout that process.
Yeah.
And same thing with those program cost factors of how those have changed just since, 2021.
Right, absolutely. So for me, RLE sticks out as like a big ticket item. I know it's not, super exciting, but it's really, really important. And then the other thing, when I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking about if we do move to federal block grants, is there any way to kind of show what that might look like? We're talking about, I know we're just taking guesses, but I do think that's important discussion that we need to be at the table for that and what that looks like for Florida. And then another, I don't know if there's an appetite for this, but under the vouchers, it seems to me to make sense that if a school is taking public money, is taking tax dollars, then they should at least be held to the same standards that we are in terms of like public records laws and sunshine. So those were some of the things that stuck out when I was listening to your presentation. Oh, and then the other thing I just wanted to put out here when we're talking about VPK, I mean, we all know VPK is best for students. There's no doubt about it. But when I was talking with legislators about VPK, they kept coming to me and saying, well, we don't want to pay for nap time. which is like, as a school psychologist, like fundamental misunderstanding of human development, but okay. So I was wondering what it might look like if we were to maybe even partner with some other districts to try to have a team that could show what a curriculum, a full day curriculum, or even an added hour, what would that look like in terms of a day? What do we expect? I just think sometimes legislators, when they see it, it's so much easier to picture as opposed to saying, well, we're not going to pay for nap time. So, what I heard is that it would be a $400 million impact to the state budget to move us to full day VPK, which when we're spending billions of dollars on vouchers doesn't seem like that ridiculous, but that's a discussion for another time. So those are my thoughts about the legislative platform, but I love, love, love option 2. I'm all on board.
Ms. Ziegler?
I am so impressed because you created new language to strike fully fund and ensure adequate and accurate funding, which is great. And we've talked about this 100 times. I'm big on strategy when we talk about whatever we put in here. And so that has been something I know you guys have heard me talk about. So I think it articulates more specifically what's being asked. Because I would always say, what the heck does fully fund mean technically? So I appreciate the language rewrite. I think, as long as we agree on where we're going underneath financial 2, option 2 board, I am fine with that. One question I have, this may be a mega question, but Mr. Parento, you could also answer this, but we talk about CPI funding across the state. Are there adjustments made for other government bodies for CPI when they fund? Is Megan still there? Did we lose her?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I'm here.
Hi.
Thank you, Ziegler. There are a handful of places in statute where funding is tied to the CPI, but it is few and far between, and it is typically something that's this legislature, that this makeup, I'd say probably for the past 10 years or so, has really historically shied away from tying things to the CPI. But I think that what Mr. Parento is putting forward makes a lot of sense in terms of the look back and really providing a much deeper sort of retrospective in terms of the growth of expenses and the growth of state funding, because it has grown.
Mm-hmm.
And Sarasota, has had a steady increase in funding. But I think where, we do lose legislators is that exact narrative. They say, last year was the most historic funding for education ever. So was the year before that. So was the year before that. But where we really, I think, could sharpen our pencils and make our arguments a lot more compelling is really digging into that data and showing exactly what Mr. Parento is talking about, where it just has not kept up to it. Now, going forward, whether we'd be able to tie it to the CPI, I think that's a pretty heavy lift.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't want this board to get your expectations up that might be a possibility. I think the legislature would really shy away from that, not knowing what a future financial outlook would be like, is particularly with the kind of massive amount that education costs as a grand total of our budget, state budget.
Yeah, and that's really helpful, because I think that's kind of where I was going. Again, certain things are going to be dead on arrival when, and what was said, I think is very true. When there are certain words, and it really does put you in a position where they're just, it's just another talking point. There's really no story behind it. And of course, I know Capital City understands this, and Mr. Parento understands, but even what we craft together has to really have a true narrative that's supported by data. And so I think talking about the financial hardships, and I do caution, there's certain things, if it looks like you're trying to attack, listen, I'm going to be realistic. I understand the financial impact of FES. It's a reality. I get it. And I guess I should say not but, and I also understand there's a whole litany of different changes that are impacting our financial situation. Take FES out of it, that there are other things when it could cost of living and all those other increases. And so you as a board need to consider, or as board members and collectively, what our strategy is, because I think there's a true argument that I can stand behind, that I want us to operationally function. I want us to literally have enough way so we can prepare proper budgets. And so I love a lot of those components in there, because any business would really struggle when those various regulatory aspects, and I think that's a very reasonable conversation. I think understanding that the money follows the child is something we all can get behind. And so all of those components I am in support of. That's why I said when we go into this, I'm telling that story when we're talking about capital infrastructure. I think as coastal communities, we do have something way more costly, and those are conversations that need to be had. I also think we have to realistically understand that, whether they do carve-outs for us, which sometimes can happen with coastal counties, or they correct, they adjust some of the calculations, but it's probably more unlikely. Those are where I think giving you that kind of those guardrails are important, versus, because I know that there's different viewpoints and pattern when it comes to, I'll just use FES. And my contention is, I think it's ridiculous if the system has to be able to match so we can functionally operate. And so the funding is where it's intended to go. I mean, I think that's a very common approach. And so, those are the pieces I am very much behind. I think that you said the CPI, or you took that one. The rollback rate, I think, again, if you're doing a narrative where we're looking at the cost of construction and the RLEs and then just the cost of expenses just to operate, I think is very helpful. The other piece that I had a question on was the cost per student station. Dr. Kemp, I know this is something we've talked about quite a bit, and I think that there's a broader conversation about, and again, this may be dead on arrival, so I understand that, but there's a couple different components. Our charter schools do not have the same regulations that public schools do for a variety of reasons. Now, and I don't know if that's one area, if we're talking about the cost per student station or you're talking about, that's a limitation, a cap. Can you talk to me, because we've talked about this a little bit, but there's a couple different things I'm mirroring or blending together here, but can you kind of shine some light into how that will benefit us from the capital side?
Yes, ma'am. In reference to cost per student station, the state requires us anytime we do a bill, we have to do cost per student station. We have to stay within a cost per student station funding model with the state. Contrary to that, charters or some other outside entities, they don't have to follow the state requirements for educational facilities. So when Mr. Dumas and Mr. Jane, they build schools, we have to follow state requirements for educational facilities with safety, with security, with minimum square foot requirements for classroom sizes and different requirements. So we have very strict set of rules when we're building, and that impacts cost. Honestly, it impacts cost. So actually, the cost per student station model around the state, the facilities people around the state have been working for years to try to move away from that model to a cost per square foot model, because we're finding with cost of construction, we're finding with different areas of the state, the cost per square foot to build is significantly higher than someone an hour and a half down the road. So therefore, we kind of get, we kind of get double hit there, right? So we have our restrictions that we have to build by. Then our cost per square foot is much higher than what's allowed for cost per student station. So really what that means with the cost per student station, if you go over cost per student station, the state can elect to not allow you to use certain funds that you use for building. So it's also tied to the money. So right now, it is a challenge. The cost of construction is a challenge. The market's a challenge. Things still cost us double to do half of what we used to do. So the cost per student station model is kind of, in my opinion, in a lot of people's opinion, is outdated, it's antiquated, and it's not keeping up with market conditions. I've worked with Mr. Parento. We've had that conversation with everyone to talk about, we have to make some changes with that. We've really got to put, if you can have a cost differential for district size, at some point there needs to be consideration given to the cost per square foot in the market that you're in. Because coastal counties are paying way more than other counties for the same building, sometimes 1.5 times.
Well, and that's direct cost of build. We're not even talking about indirect, which is insurance and all of those other things that are much more costly. So thank you for that clarification, because I agree. I think that cost per square foot makes total sense. I've for the entirety of us talking about school builds and trying to evaluate it. I've always been bothered by that because just from an accountability and efficiency standpoint, for us to do oversight, it's nice to compare it to what the general market is. And so I just wanted you to clarify if I understood that correctly. So, and I don't know, Megan, you know, up there, what's, and I'm not appraised to take it, I want to be very clear. I'm in support of having a conversation about the construction piece because again, I'm all for making sure our schools can operate. And there are a lot of headwinds that have made it very challenging, particularly on the capital side. I also understand, and again, not worried and concerned about speaking my mind about them, but what is the appetite? You mentioned CPI. Talk to me about what because I think there's a lot more people having this conversation when it comes to the construction piece, the capital side. So can you kind of shine a light to what your take is or what that conversation has been up there?
Yeah, happy to. So the cost per student station, I think everyone in the legislature and also really at the Department of Education is fully aware that the cost per student station as it's currently calculated does not work. And that's why it's been suspended now for, I think it's been 2 years. Mm-hmm. But going back to probably 2017 or 2018, the legislature did pass affirmative language asking, I think it was EDR, the legislature's kind of economist arm, to work with DOE to figure out what was the right number. We're still waiting on that report to be finalized. There was never any sort of coalescing or result that came out of that. And that's really been why the cost has just been suspended for all of this time. And so I think it's just one of those tricky things where everyone knows the current cost doesn't work, cost per student station doesn't work, but no one really knows what the right number is or how, to your point, like they don't want to tie it to the CPI. So as soon as they do another cost per student station for today in 2025, in 3 years, it's going to be, we'll all be back here saying it's out of date again. And so it's sort of a chicken and the egg problem. I do think that if my crystal ball is right, I think you'll just see the cost be suspended every year, for a couple years. And I don't know if there's really going to be a permanent fix that we'll see, in the next, in the recent future.
Okay.
But that's my best way to answer that. I do think that having a conversation about treating coastal counties differently than maybe more inland counties because of insurance costs and higher costs regarding construction is a worthy conversation. I mean, but it's one of those hard ones where you're then pitting, legislators against each other. You'd have to change the funding formula. But I do think it's a worthy conversation. And I think, intuitively, it makes a lot of sense. It's just another one of those things where I think, we would have to build our case of what kind of expenses do we incur, like actual spreadsheet kind of expenses. What do we incur that, I don't know why Marion County doesn't incur because they're inland. But then, they'll argue that maybe they're fiscally constrained and we have tax rolls that support it locally. That's another one where it's not really a slam dunk, but I think it's a conversation worthy of being had.
And that point, because I would presume it would go to the tax roll, it's higher property valuation, but then we're limited because we have a local referendum. But so that would lead you to allowing more flexibility to transfer things from operating to capital. Right. So I kind of foresee some of these things ending, but there's so much good in here. And that's why I wanted to have this conversation, because I want it to reflect what collective board vision is. And there's going to be areas that we do agree with, there's areas that we don't agree. And I wanted to clarify where people may think I don't agree or whatever. But I think that there's more of an appetite. And if we are able to articulate some of the historic components, the financial impacts, and the constraints, there's going to be some ability to loosen up some of them. I just thank you for that insight, Megan. I appreciate it. So I like the way you frame the second one. I think it's just a better strategy because I've seen the booklets that go up there and then they end up in the trash as soon as those meetings are over. But I also want to make sure what collectively we agree on. So what is, what that makeup is. So, but really likes the summary too. So thank you, Megan. I appreciate it.
Mr. Edwards, please.
Mr. Parento, first of all, let me start by saying that I love that we have you on board and that you're like Pac-Man. You just keep coming in, because my previous experience before we had someone like yourself as a staff member is that we'd have these incredible conversations and then it went into the ether and then we had to immediately run back and figure out a legislative agenda in 5 minutes. Your insight and your persistence in this conversation I'm grateful for. And so I'm grateful for the options that you presented. Before I share my thoughts, I was hoping that Megan could give us a quick, hey, this is what I'm hearing are some issues that are going to be coming to the table that you should be prepared to understand or combat or whatever. So I was hoping you could give us a quick update.
Yep, absolutely. I'd be happy to. I think that looking into this upcoming legislative session, funding is still going to be top of mind for legislators. The 3-year outlook is still, shaky at best, I would say, in terms of kind of the state's outlook. And you still have in leadership roles, Speaker Perez particularly, and then President Albritton and Governor DeSantis, who are really very focused on not growing our state budget year over year, on being fiscal conservatives. And what that means is that if you're not going to grow the budget year over year, even if there are the revenues available, if we're going to max out the rainy day fund, which I know is everyone's intention here in Tallahassee, you are not going to look at big year over year growth in terms of kind of big the prims, unless we can change the tide and change the way that folks are thinking about it from a big picture scale. I think the funding is going to be kind of the number one challenge this year, sort of how to fit everything into the same size budget that we have this year for next year. And that's going to continue to be the big elephant in the room with these 3 individuals still in their leadership positions, and all kind of vying for who's going to come out, with the most conservative legacy, as they leave their respective roles. So that being said, I think when you look back kind of on the education policy side of things, you're really going to see, I think, a couple come back. You're going to see the discussion about scholarships and whether or not there needs to be more accountability on scholarships. That was it was 70-30, Senate Bill 70-30, that did not pass kind of at the last minute this year, had a lot of traction. And then, there's some kind of sticking points that didn't get worked out. I think you'll definitely see that come back. And there's going to be a lot of pressure, I think, for them to pass something. What it looks like at the end of the day, that the devil's always in the details, but I think you'll see that come back. I do think you'll see another bill filed, whether it's the exact same bill as the Valdez bill last year, or it's something a little bit differently, addressing the school grades. I know Mr. Parento mentioned the school grading scale, particularly in light of the governor just announcing that there were no D or F school districts. I mean, that's it's a huge accomplishment. It's something every school district in the state of Florida should be proud of. But I think it cuts both ways, which is the narrative that, is our school grading scale too lenient, or is it appropriately set? And so I think, I've already seen a couple of things in the articles in the press with groups that wanted to look at that. I think no doubt in my mind, you'll see that refiled again this year. I think you'll have another look at NIL and absences and unexcused absences, and what does that look like? Chronic truancy will certainly be back on the agenda. And then, of course, looking at probably something like a sovereign immunity bill will be back. One who gets filed every year. I'm sure Representative Garland will probably file it again next year. So, it'll be, probably a lot of the same that you saw this year that didn't pass, kind of as a retread. We are kind of in the 2-year term of, leadership. You're in the second year. So most of the big policy ideas are always filed the first year if they're leadership, speaker, president priorities. And then, they try to get as much done the first year. And so a lot of times what you see the second year is sort of a retread, which is good, from a perspective of we kind of know what's coming and anticipate a little bit more what to see. I think you'll also see a push from the governor's office and the Department of Education on some instructional materials changes. I know that the DOE is looking at what Texas did with a Bluebonnet curriculum. And I think you may see the state go down the path of really wanting to take a more active role in developing curriculum and having that as an option that school districts can use. So those are kind of the things that as of today in August, we're kind of hearing as the top of mind in education at the 2026 session, which this year it'll start in January and it'll conclude at the beginning of March.
Thank you. I think that's helpful, especially that we're it helps me sort of frame in what I think our asks should be if we understand that they're trying to keep things flat. So you have to really, from a strategy standpoint, zero in on things that would be palatable within that environment or exceptionally urgent from a financial perspective. What always amazes me in this conversation is that when we talk about those budget books thrown into the wastebasket, those are the futures of our students. That's what we're here for. We're here for giving an education, the best education that we can afford in the state of Florida to every single student. And these conversations in and around how to do that, we forget that it's about the students and their futures. So I want to say that, and I'm gonna make it short and sweet for me in terms of the option 2. Excuse me, I like it a lot because it starts to force us to make ourselves more accountable in a board and the community to understand where those costs are escalating, where it's not fair in the voucher program. And if I'm looking at what Megan said, I'm listening that they're looking at it flat. I'm looking to see if we can ask, while a couple of years of cancel, just let's hold the fort for a couple more years. I think as an A school district, we deserve some sort of special dispensation. And I've been saying I'm a school choice fan, but it's not a one size fits all. We have a 12% threshold in our general fund. We have been doing incredible work and maintaining an A and taking all the hits that we've been taking from being a coastal community, you name it, that the money isn't following the student, all this stuff. I feel that along with option 2, we should say we want local rule on charter schools coming into Sarasota. Period. End of statement. It can't be decided at the state. It can't be decided at a college. It is up to the school board because we're an A district. And where, when I have a school board member who says that charter schools don't have the same limitations for various reasons, that insinuates that some of the reasons are good ones. They're not. None of the limitations that have been put on public education and not on charter schools, none of those are good. And so if we could get a freeze because we're an A district and give us the cost of living increase, we understand it was minimal this year. We still had to dig in and but don't send more charter schools our way, and make it so that being an A school district gets more advantage because we're doing our job. We're doing what you've asked us to do. We've economized. We've figured it out. We've done it the right way. And so I'm looking for an overlay that prevents charter schools, and where choice matters in other districts, and it does matter in other districts, let that happen there, but let it happen here because we've got our hands full. We're doing a great job. We're still out competing most in the state, so reward us. Don't penalize us anymore. Freeze us.
Ms. Marinelli, any comment?
No, thank you. I think my fellow board members have covered everything.
I would say, Mr. Prencher, I think you're crazy, but it's not because of option 2. But we can start with that. I actually think that option was great. I actually like all of that. I know that there's not going to be, I think, a lot of changes in reference to school safety. Are you seeing them, Ms. Fay, in reference to anything upcoming in school safety? I am not hearing that they're really looking at anything else since they've done some limitations this last year with 1470.
No, I think that's an accurate read. I'm not hearing anything bubbling in school safety now that they've fixed the problems that were brought by school districts and other folks in the school safety world. It seems to be pretty quiet.
Thank you. So I think that all of that is there, and I think that I do agree with Mr. Edwards in that, really when you get down to the heart of competition, I think most people are about competition and being competitive, that you should be rewarded for doing the better job, that it shouldn't be across the board. So if you're at a lesser level, I think that maybe that has some merit in reference to, what we're doing. I understand there's some other stuff in there too, but I do realize that in order to keep it up, we obviously have to have exponentially more funds that are available to be able to provide that quality. So I think that is something where even if you look at that, would maybe put a fire under other districts to be able to do a better job, which ultimately could limit a lot of other things that are just come off of that as an offshoot. And especially on the construction stuff, if you look at, I think Dr. Kemp said something about, 6-7 years ago, you could build the same school for $80 million that we're paying 160, 200 million for. Obviously, I think that needs to be taken into consideration because we're also using public funds for all of that. So, I think that that's something that really should be looked at, because I think at the end of the day, when we continue to look at expansion, because people are still moving to Florida, that we are going to need that. We're going to need that extra additional in order to make sure that we do it. Because that's one of the things in this year's budget is people still don't understand. They think we're opening up Sky Ranch because we have 900 new kids coming in. No, our expenses went up, but it's the same amount of kids providing the better learning space. That's really what we're about. It's getting a better learning educational for those kids by providing that to take them out of portables, to do those things that we are doing, which is, as a school board member on this board, we are 100% focused on doing what's right for the kids. So when I look at that kind of stuff, that's also could be exceptional, because really, if you look at us, when you look at the projections, Waterside, you look at the other one that's potentially in High Hat, you look at a couple more down in Northport. I don't think that, we're going to have to stop because we don't have the funding available, but the state needs to look at that to be able to have us get more for what we are actually using to build.
Yes, sir. Yes, if I can add, just as an issue of fundamental fairness, if they take a state dollar, same string to that dollar should apply to anyone who takes the state dollar. That just levels a playing field that we're all operating under the same set of rules. I think that's really important. And then when you talk about all the other variables with cost of construction, whether it's cost per seat station, whether we're talking about charters, we welcome competition. We'll outperform. We'll outperform. We'll continue to outperform. We need the field to be a level playing field, the rules to be the same, and the requirements to be the same. If they accept the dollar, they accept the string that goes right through that dollar.
And I would agree, because I think when you look at everything that we've done and all of the different things that we provide at Sarasota County for all of our residents, we are. I'll go right with you and take your bet. We'll go against anybody head. I don't care where they are, anywhere in the country, let alone just in Florida. So that would be my only 2 cents, but I do like the option too. I think that you put it in there to get rid of some of the old verbiage. I think that is something that would be exceptional, because at the end of the day, everybody can see, even if you want to hold the budget flat, costs aren't staying flat. So there's going to have to be some kind of give and take at some point. We need to be able to have some operational funds available for other things. We just have to, they're going to have to do something, because we just can't be cutting. All the high-performing districts just can't continually be cutting and cutting and cutting and cutting, because then they won't be high-performing districts any longer. It's just a matter of really what happens. So any other comments from the board? Oh, Ms. Barker, please.
Just circle back, it sounds like we have a lot of agreement. And I know at one point several months ago, I had mentioned that I really would love for us as a board, if we could come to, some solid agreements. I really would love for us to go together to Tallahassee to advocate for our students. And I wanted to know if we could talk about a timeline for that, or if people were still interested in doing that. Because I'm hearing us all say very similar things, and I think that would be a powerful statement.
I'm all in favor for going to Tallahassee. Any opportunity.
What game?
We'll just make it on a game weekend. We'll be able to throw a Saturday. I see Dr. Green, Dr. Camp, all in agreement. I mean, obviously, I think that a good thing, and it's also part of our civics, right? To be able to go over there, to be able to advocate, as well as the superintendent and other people. I mean, I would be in favor of that. I think we'd have to look at and get some advice and some time from Mr. Parento and do committees, as Ms. Ziegler is saying, to be able to provide that. So I think that would be, we'd have to look for your direction on what would be the most impactful.
Yeah, as we look at the interim committee schedule that's currently out there, the first week is going to be the week of October 6th and then October 13th. Then there's 2 weeks in November, the 3rd and the 17th, and then the 1st and the 8th of December. Those are 6 weeks of committee weeks for leading into January. We're also going to have our local delegation meeting probably at some point in mid to late September. It's going to depend on when leadership meetings are happening up in Tallahassee. But from what I'm getting from our local delegation, it's probably going to be sometime in that mid to late September timeframe. And Ms. Fay can talk about, really during these committee weeks, it's usually in weeks 2, 3, and 4 where a lot of those constructive meetings are happening, because by the end they've had hundreds and hundreds of people through their doors and through their offices, and the meeting schedules get a little bit busier leading into that break in mid-December going into the session. But I'll let her add on to that a little bit.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I always recommend that if you're going to do a trip to Tallahassee to meet with your legislators, do it during the interim committee weeks. I feel like that's a much slower time. Members are not nearly as busy with their kind of scheduled committee meetings. Everything, the pace is just a little bit more. It's a little bit slower, and it's a little bit nicer because you get there. I feel like you get more of their full and undivided attention. It's less like 5-10 minutes, take a picture, move on to the next meeting, rinse and repeat. So if you were going to plan to make a legislative trip, I would certainly say to do that kind of in the October through December timeframe.
Thank you. I would still look to Mr. Parento for you to give some guidance to the board to do that. I know that we have current board members that have a lot of accessibility to open doors in Tallahassee to be able to get us in. So I know that would be something that would be very, very beneficial, I think, as a board. And I don't know very many other boards that actually go to Tallahassee. I don't believe. So I think that would be something.
No, they do.
Oh, they do? Oh, most of them do. Well, then why are we, okay.
But yes, to your point, we'll look through and we'll kind of lay something out, and working in collaboration with Ms. Fay and Mr. LaFace. Every time that I've gone up there, or that the superintendent's gone up there with me, we've really had a really well laid out schedule of what these meetings are going to look like, who we're going to be meeting with, when we're going to be meeting with them, where we're going to be meeting with them, who's on day 1, who's on day 2, how this all goes, and making sure that we have everything we need going into it so that we're prepared and they're prepared as well, so that they know what we're coming to discuss, and they can ask us questions in that situation. And it's not just us saying, here's what's important to us and why we think we need it. They're prepared to ask us questions. We can provide some data, some evidence supporting what our reasoning is for our ask. And Ms. Fay and Mr. LaFace and I, we all challenge each other this year that when we're going into this and we're asking for things, that we have stuff to back it up so that we can justify what we're saying and why we're saying it. And it was really beneficial for us that we worked that way this year, in making sure that we had all of that for every single legislator that we talked to, whether it was, one of them passing them in the hallway in the Capitol, or a preset meeting for how that was going to go.
Oh, we appreciate that. And with Superintendent Connor, if you follow up.
Just as a recap, we will work on an option where we have a single item focused on the overall financial conditions that we've discussed, and bringing all that under one umbrella, and to really paint a picture of how that applies to us here in Sarasota, in terms of increased cost, inflation, all of those things, to tell a story, and maybe incorporating things like how the rollback at RLE has affected us over time. I do think you talked about block grants. We really haven't been giving a lot of information currently about what that could look like. I still think there's a lot of discussion around it. They don't probably know that yet, but we need to be at the table so we could advocate separately for that. But just things that have been mentioned here today, I do think, there are designations that school districts get. We're proud to be one of only 10 school districts that's a high-performing school district in the state of Florida.
I don't really know if it means much, honestly.
It should.
You know, in terms of what the statute says, we get a lot of exemptions, but when you really look at it, I'm like, well, what do we get exempt from? And there's not anything there. So to your point, could we tie that designation to something like local control when it comes to what we allow approve as educational options? So I've heard all of that. We'll put our brains together, come up with something more singular in fashion that really tells a good story that we could use as a basis for our conversations with our delegation.
Well, thank you very much. Seeing nothing else, Ms. Fay, thank you. Mr. Parento. We'll now go into the Welland Park High School boundary recommendations. Superintendent Connor, please.
I'm going to give the team just a second to transition. As you know, we have had a robust timeline of conversations and meetings that have taken place up to this point related to the construction of Welland Park and the impact of the new boundaries that will be in effect as we open up the school in August of 2026. So we're going to go through the results of all of those meetings, whether it be through the boundary advisory committees or the community meeting impact. And I'm really proud to say that this team was very, very receptive to all of the feedback that we received, even to the point where we held additional community meetings based on some of the feedback that we received. And I'm going to now pass it over to Dr. Kemp, who's going to run through this presentation around the redistricting.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Thank you, board members. When you think about this, 9 months ago, we were naming mascots in the school, but actually in 2018, there was a vision set. The leadership and the team at the time set a vision for a future high school in that area. And you've heard me say before, vision without implementation is hallucination, right? So they had the opportunity to set a vision for a new high school back in 2018. And based on the metrics that they had at the time, the growth that they had at the time, the decision was made to move forward with building a new high school. New leadership, new boards get the opportunity to execute that vision, which some of it is, sometimes redistricting can be very contentious. It can be very difficult. It can be very emotional. But I have to tell you, 9 months ago when we started this process, we took some lessons learned from the last one to see what we could do to improve, our processes moving forward, especially in the areas of notification and communication, to make sure that all stakeholders were aware, and to make sure that we honored the Boundary Advisory Committee, your policy, the policy that was in place to ensure that there's input that goes into this, and I think you'll be very pleased. So I'm excited to talk to you about Welland Park High School, the Eagles. We're going to be talking about them. Back in December, you named the mascot, and the board approved that at that time. Since then, we did name a principal. I'm going to talk about him in I'm going to move Dr. Woods in just a second. But before we do that, what I really wanted to do is give you a quick status update on the construction process through Mr. Dumas, our Executive Director of Facilities. So if you'll give him an update on where we are with the actual building and facilities of on time, under budget, Mr. Dumas.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Kemp. Board members, Superintendent Connor, thank you for the opportunity. I guess two key phrases there: on time and under budget. We are on track to complete for opening next summer, next August, going into that school year. We're excited about where we are. It's about a 325,000 square foot facility. Many of you had the opportunity to tour the facility during the topping off ceremony. It is full of all new technology, like our new K-8 that we're happy to open here in August. It will be the first school in our district where instead of using ice storage, we're using chilled water storage to decrease our demand for electricity. So we're excited about that type of technology. Mr. Rosenbacher earlier commented that he was in one of the classroom buildings today, actually for a tour, and we had electric and air in one of the classroom buildings. So making significant progress. In a development such as Welland Park, one of the things we're always worried about is roads, and so we're working very closely with the Welland Park developer and the county to make sure the roads are all complete, the intersections are complete, the connections are all complete prior to school start. We own some of that in terms of our partnership with the developer, and so we're working very closely. We've been very good partners in terms of the road development. So we feel like we're in a good place. We'll continue the rest of the year, and we'll be ready to open next year.
Thank you, Mr. Dumas. I can tell you all the years I was a principal, including that young man sitting up there when I was his principal, I never had the opportunity to open a brand new facility. You only get one shot to do it. You only get one shot to be first. And so the selection of the leadership was extremely important. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Woods to Megan Green, to introduce our principal.
Good afternoon. Very exciting times as we start this next school year, but as we launch into Welland Park High School, we were very excited to announce our new principal, and that was something that the community was eagerly anticipating. And so when we were able to announce Mr. Mark Grossenbacher as the new principal of Welland Park High School, we saw an eruption of enthusiasm across the community. I know the communications team can attest to that with our social media postings. Mr. Grossenbacher is known in the community. He was a principal at Inglewood Elementary and then Woodland Middle School, but was a long-time figure there, not just in the Little League community, but also in the Rotary. And so many families have known his name. And so in various meetings that we've had with the community and in the social media postings, we saw over and over again how families who were on the fence or who were uncomfortable or not settled in not sure if they were going to be impacted, they might be impacted, waiting to hear. But then when they knew that this was going to be their principal, they said, okay, I'm okay. If I'm impacted, I'm okay. And so that, I think, was a true testament to your leadership, and I think really put the community at ease to know that if this is my principal, everything else will be fine. And so we're very excited about his leadership at Welland Park, and the mark he's going to make and the legacy he's going to leave there. And he has hit the ground running already in meeting with all of the teams and in making sure that the school is going to be ready to go from day one. So, Mr. Grossenbacher.
All right, well, thank you, and that was humbling. It was an honor and a blessing to be named the principal of Welland Park and to have the opportunity to spend the past 6-7 weeks there now on site, and having the ability to work directly with Willis and Jody and his team. It's been great. As I mentioned before, or as Jody mentioned, we are actually on the phone early this morning talking about part of the build. But building D, or wing D, which would be the first three-story level buildings, where you'd see a lot of the science classrooms and other classrooms. Huge monumental achievement last week. FPL approved for power, and with that in air, and is now enclosed. So as we were walking through today, just looking at different things to sign off on, very exciting to have the power in air. With regards to the rest of the building, it's all coming together, and the team has been great. And of course, through the support of Dr. Green and Jody and the whole team, it's been an honor and exciting to present. Been able to kind of spend some time working in Welland Park community as well, and start making relationships with area business owners and various groups there, and that has been quite an honor. And would like to extend an opportunity to the board and district leadership. Would love to revisit the tours, and you kind of see the progress to where we are now, months since the tipping off. So thank you.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Grossenbacher. I can tell you, too much is given, much is expected, young man. So you have an opportunity to serve, and what a great win it is. You only get one chance to be first. So congratulations. And I will say, on calming the nerves of the community, or some angst of the community, when he was named, I believe he set a record, didn't he, Craig? What was that number of hits? That as soon as we announced him, what happened on social media was unbelievable. You want to?
Yeah, we had well over 250, I think, engagements, and that's not like licensed. That's actually people commenting with some sort of statement saying, this is a great choice, and that was within a 24-hour period. So in my days in politics, going back to presidential races and gubernatorial races, that's on par when you announce something to get that quick of a response. So congratulations, Mark.
No, thank you. It's definitely an honor and very humbling. I'm glad to be the leader of Welland Park High School, so thank you.
Well, thank you so much. We're underway. 9 months ago it started. We've had a total of 14. There will be 14 internal or external meetings by the time we get to your September approval of a recommendation. We really wanted to communicate. No matter how hard we try to communicate, you can't communicate enough, no matter where you put it and where we're doing and what we're doing. But that was our timeline of meetings. We started, you named it back in December, but the process started in early March with planning, and then we actually moved forward with meetings individually with the team leadership. And I want to talk about that district team and the school principals and how impressed I was with this process this time. Like I said, it can be contentious, it can be difficult, it can be emotional. You know, when you're the guy walking down the hall and you say, "Hey, who wants to be on my redistricting committee?" Nobody raises their hand, but it's something that we're going to have to start doing more and more of over time. In the effort to communicate, one of the things we did is we looked at we made sure that from the very beginning we had a very robust website. We put the website up immediately. We used it consistently for all of it was just one form of communication, but to make sure that all public notices, all of our meeting dates, all of the agendas and minutes, and everything we disseminated after the meetings was shared. Everything was transparent, public, upfront. There was no gotcha. There was no predetermined this or that that you often hear with that. So I was really, really excited about that. And then in the process of working with communications, we were able to capture every frequently asked question that we had. If you were to go and just for the community, I think it'd be good for documentation to show that website. We have a link and we have that pulled up. But when you talk about the relevant, by topic, we recorded and documented every question that was asked, either whether it was sent through email, through the website, or even in the community meetings. That allowed us to, channel a lot of questions that already had answers out there that the team had put together. It was really a part of us, a joint effort with the team. But I'll let Craig briefly show you how robust that website was just for Welland Park.
So thank you, Dr. Kemp and school board members. So what we did was wanted to make sure that every person that wanted to know about this new project could find it and find it easily. So at all the meetings we went to, we had cards out. We accepted, Mr. Parento came with me, and we accepted every question was written down so that we could come back and build a frequently asked question. And we also, on this site, put a feedback and questions form so that anybody that went here could ask a question at any time. Every question that was ever asked was answered within 24 hours, either by someone on the communications team or by the facilities team, Diane Caminati and her group. So it went to the right people and they were answered right away, which also took care of a lot of anxiety that the information was there. So if you look at the timeline, every single meeting, as far as the agendas, the public notices that were put, the presentations that were put up, and the meeting minutes all followed within 72 hours, but normally under 48 hours of the meeting because they had to be cleaned up, captured, and then put up. But so the timeline went all the way down through the entire process. We had all the zoning scenarios, which multiple zoning scenarios grew out of each meeting. So we'd have a meeting and then another one would come up. So then that presented another one to come up for voting on by the groups. We had this relevant school board policies up here. But what was really a way to make sure that every question was answered was this frequently asked questions section. I'd say we had over 300 frequently asked questions, but about 160 were about the same. So what we did was we parlayed those into commonalities so that, you didn't ask the same question, so it was unmanageable. But every question that was asked had a robust answer, and it's just by clicking on it. It doesn't matter which one you clicked on, you got an answer. From boundary development, why was there a necessary inclusion in North? Well, here's why. And again, this was not done just like haphazardly sitting there typing. It was a group of people who sat down and went thoroughly to make sure not only could we understand why this question was asked, but could it actually make sense to the person asking it. And it went on to the choice. Obviously, our choice department had a big play in this. They came to every meeting as well, and every time there was a question, it was answered. Doesn't matter what the question was, it was answered. And I think I think this really showed our transparency on this project, that it would be very difficult to say you didn't know about it. Not only the website, they had the pictures of what it's going to look like and the progress, but we also went ahead and we put up signs at all the affected properties that you saw, like during the penny tax, those signs you saw. We put these signs up at the affected properties so people could going in saying, I heard about Welland Park. Hit the QR code, takes them to this website, and they can get all their questions asked. So again, I can't believe we could have done any better from a communication standpoint, working side by side with construction facilities and the curriculum departments and stuff to make sure that this was all said and done correctly.
Thank you, Mr. Meniglia. I certainly appreciate that, but I just wanted for the community as well to see that it's there. Working with Mr. Connor and Ms. O'Day, I can tell you it's always about the power of the scrimmage, and we lessons learned from each one. Some of the people on our district team hasn't been through this before. I've been through a bunch of them in different places, but I can tell you, you learn each time. How can we get better? It's always about continual improvement, and you don't have a choice sometimes when you work for some leaders like we do. So it's always about getting better. But I do want to make sure that I mention the district team. Of course, we have Dr. Megan Green. She's chief of high school. She was a big part of helping get information out regarding academic programs. She'll be talking in a minute. Jody Dumas, executive director of facilities. Absolutely critical. Miss Diane Caminati and her planning team, along with Amy Anderson, Chris Joseph, and Mickey Ryan, they were phenomenal. Our consultant, Mickey, y'all know her from the previous planner. Miss Millie Wheeler, she's like the voice of calm. When it comes to supervisor school choice and charter options, there were lots of questions. Transportation effort, Dr. Keith Little and Miss Charlotte Price, what an outstanding job they did. Miss Sarah Dam, our food nutrition services person, they were showing up. But a special thanks to Craig Meniglia and Chris Parento, who not only helped us with making sure we're transparent, making sure all the notices went out, making sure we, in addition to that, sent emails out to impacted zip codes, we did phone calls, we did everything we can to make sure that the community was notified regarding our efforts. So that's our district team. I'm gonna tell you what, I've been through a bunch of them, and this one was good. And let me tell you why it was good. Your policy on the Boundary Advisory Committee, our members that were in place, I think it's so important that when you look at opening up a brand new school, that's why we spent so much time on the beginning. Diane, Jody, and we spent so much time in the beginning working with the leadership of the schools prior to the process starting. So we worked with Venice High School, Northport High School, Venice Middle, and Heron Creek Middle. We had that initial leadership team meeting to talk about the process and what the role is and what our goal is. I am so proud of Zoltan Karesli, Shannon Fusco, Tomas DeVerno, and Christine Lawrence. I tell you what, normally when you get in these processes, sometimes schools will want to dig in and protect their own. They didn't do that. They led from a district perspective. They led from what do we need to do, what do we need to do as a district to make sure that we're opening up our newest high school with the appropriate level of service that was necessary. So I really want to publicly thank those principals. It's not easy. They get it coming from every area. So the boundary advisory committees that they met with, I met with principals first, then I met with principals and just the school advisory council chair. We met with them just to talk about the process and what the role of that. So, but all these individuals here, on the advisory committees that represented those high schools and the middle schools in this process, I've done it. I've been here doing it 38 years. It was the best group of leaders with a common interest of doing what's in the best interest of the district. And and that was refreshing. I would like to give you, I would ask, I think Ms. Caminati is going to come up or talk briefly about the historical summary. I told you about 2018, but I just, for the record and for the community, I wanted to make sure we covered this piece.
So yes, back in 2018 is when this process really started. We knew Venice High School was growing. We knew the area was developing. There was a lot of new large developments coming in at Pomeranch at 681. Of course, Welland Park itself had started developing, and we were starting to see a lot of new students coming out. So that kind of triggered what should we do? How should we address the increasing capacity at Venice High? We had already had just purchased a site within Welland Park for a K-8 site, and it was kind of determined at that time that we would probably have to relocate because it was now the Brave Stadium was coming in and it was too close and it would be just a lot of issues with that. So we were in talks with the developer there, and the idea came up about a high school site co-locating with the K-8 site. But we didn't want to leave the community out, so we took it to the community. We held meetings at all of the Venice area schools: Venice Middle, Venice High, Venice Elementary, Laurel Lacombe, Taylor Ranch, Garden Elementary, and the Venice Area Chamber of Commerce. And we asked them, because there was space on the property, the Venice High property, that we left for an expansion wing, that we had portables on at the time, that we were starting to put portables. But what did the community want? Did they want to expand Venice High and keep, we only had room for one wing, or did they want a new school? And the overwhelming voice was a new school. There were concerns about more traffic on the island and all the crowding in the stairways and the hallways and the bathrooms and the lunch periods. And so it was an overwhelming decision at that time. We want a new school. So we went ahead and worked with the Welland Park developers in identifying a high school site. Okay. And that's where we ended up.
And again, the individuals that started a vision didn't have the opportunity to execute it. So, it's always an opportunity to serve. So with that, I wanted you to have that historical committee. Your 5.2, your policy 5.2 about the Boundary Advisory Committee. When we put that committee together, we wanted to make sure that they understood from the very onset what the purpose was. The purpose was to reduce overcrowding at Venice High School and Northport High School. It was also to establish, primarily to establish a level of service and for the community level of services, what we need to operate a brand new high school efficiently and effectively so we can operate and have the same type of programs and equity that we need. So it was about reducing capacity. It was about trying to get the best level of service we could based on the information we had to open them in 26. So that they stuck hard to that task too. It was really impressive to watch the work. And also their role for the committee per policy is to provide guidance to the district team, planning team, as to feasible scenarios to present to you, to the superintendent, and the superintendent present a recommendation to you. But it was reduce, it was to a level of service, it was guidance, and it was actually to share information with stakeholders and to take the information back to their schools and communities and be a sounding board and make sure you could talk with us regarding, if there was any other options or any other alternatives to things that were being considered at the time. So one of the things with your policy, one of the things with our policy is that we always try to do, when we're looking at boundaries, we always try to do, we try to maintain some certain criteria, some boundaries, so to speak. And that is that the attendance areas, we try to incorporate the same neighborhoods. We don't try to split neighborhoods. We try not to, we try to make sure that we reduce overcrowding at the schools, and then also taking into account the growth for the future community. We know through planning and through development, we know future growth and developments that are coming, so we take that into account. One of your policy also asks that we do everything we can to not impact a family twice in a short amount of period of time, and we also honor students that are with 1 year remaining in that grade level. Policy allows for them to remain in the school of their highest grade level if they have 1 grade left to go. So from that, I told you we had 14 meetings, but we also had all of these were publicly advertised meetings starting in April 14th. Again, you saw the website, all the documentation is there. And all impacted families were notified through multiple ways, not just the website, phone calls, emails. The principals made calls regarding these meetings. But you can see we had multiple community meetings and boundary advisory committees to discuss what we learned from each community meeting moving forward. Where we are now, we're at the board work session. We're looking at it will sit for 30 days after we make a recommendation, and then the goal is for board action, for you to take action on the 16th. With the process itself, again, we're reducing overcapacity, meeting level of service, and using our GIS and SIS systems. The geography and the student information systems that we have, we layer those on top to create feasible scenarios that make it possible for us. We helped the team understand there's certain things we have to look at, and these are grounded in laws. When you look at primary variables of redistricting, we're required to look at major waterways, major thoroughfares, roadways. That's natural boundaries. Of course, it's about capacity and utilization of the schools in the area. We have to address the growth, what we know now, what we know is coming. We have other variables like Portable Reduction Act, an effort to reduce portables. We look at geographic proximity to the school. We look at the transportation logistics and efficiency and what we have to do with that. We look at safety considerations with hazardous walking conditions within 2 miles of radius. And we still avoid division of students within the same neighborhoods if possible, and we avoid multiple moves. And most importantly, we talk about programmatic equity. All these variables, you start sharing these with the community. They had no idea that we had all these restrictions. And these restrictions are grounded in statute. And, at one time we were challenged. Well, where is this statute? Where does it say that? Well, here's the same variables again with the legislative citations and what we're required to do either by Florida statute or through school board policies regarding all of these variables I just mentioned. So I have provided that in the documentation for you. It's the same variables with the backup of the legislative requirements that we sit by. It's amazing when they start seeing, okay, you can't just give them magic markers and we just start drawing lines. That's not the way it works. I've used analogies before. I've tried to use a pizza and pepperonis where the kids live. So I decided, people laugh at me, but don't let this slide right here. Okay, this slide does not have measles, but I can tell you. This helped the process understand. So here we are. We have Venice High School. You can see Venice High School pops up. And if you think about looking at that geography of the county, and then we have Northport High School, right? So I was trying to explain to the community that each of those schools have an attendance boundary. So if you look at the green for Venice High School, let's just say for illustration, that's their attendance boundary. When you look at Northport High School, that turned blue, that's their attendance boundary. Well, in 2018, the vision was we're going to build a new school. And that's where the new school's located, and that's your Welland Park High School. So the goal is when we look at these primary variables and we say, well, how do we draw these boundaries? We actually start with a circle. We start from the geographic world of Welland Park, and we worked our way out. All those little dots are where kids lived. Remember, I said the GIS system overlays with the student information system. The dots are exactly where a resident is of a student that goes to school. So we start from the school, we work our way out in a circle, and we expand that circle, applying the variables that allow us to create an acceptable level of service for opening a new school like Welland Park. Now, interestingly, the community, the committees, they started seeing how hard, this is not easy. This is not easy. And so that's what develops what we call the feasibility. So the feasibility is reducing capacity, and creating a level of service, the highest level of service we can, to give Mr. Grossenbacher an opportunity to operate his school, a high school at that level. So that is an important piece, even though it's a graphic, but they start understanding it's not just, I can include this neighborhood or that neighborhood or this one or that one. It really is about the data drives it, the geography drives it. I will say that the boundary that we have, you'll have come into a new meeting. We've worked it out with Charlotte County, that the current bi-county agreement for Lemon Bay, we're calculating about 175 students for projections wise if by eliminating that agreement that we've had just for the high school. I will tell you that the middle school and the elementary school are not impacted at this time. So we're going to keep that agreement in place there. But for high school, we will no longer be transporting those students to Lemon Bay. So that's been done. That will be coming to you at the August board meeting coming up. You will see that coming to you. I am going to turn it over to Ms. Diane Caminati, our Director of Planning, to make sure that people understand what we're required to do when we're building these scenarios and what the difference between zoned enrollment and actual enrollment. So Ms. Caminati, I'll let you take it from here.
So when we're looking at a redistricting, we looked at the zone students in that attendance boundary, because any of those students can return to their districted school at any time, whether they're attending a charter school, private school, they're being homeschooled, they can return to their school at their districted school at any time. We have to take all those students into consideration. So the zone students, as stated, are all the students living in the attendance boundary, no matter where they're going to school at this point. Actual students are all the students physically attending the school. So they could be students living in the zone, they could be students that are choicing in from other school districts. Now, when we look at the two high schools that we're looking to reduce capacity and what their current capacity is, so Northport High School has a permanent fish capacity of 2,793 student stations. Their 2024-25 40-day count of actual enrollment was 2,560 students, which gave them a actual utilization rate of 92%. So they're kind of almost at that threshold with their actual enrollment. Their zone students was 3,141 students, which put them at 113% utilization. For Venice High, their permanent fish capacity is 2,156 student stations. They had a enrollment of 2,588 actual students for their 40-day count, putting them at 120% of their at utilization of actual students. There were 3,014 students living in the zone, their zone students, now putting them at 140% zone students. So either way, Venice High School was over their utilization. We look at 115%. That triggers when we have to redistrict.
And just for a point of clarification for the community that might be listening, or just for documentation, FISH stands for Florida Inventory of Schoolhouses. So I don't want anybody to think we're fishing, but that's, I want to make sure we have a lot of acronyms in education, and
Yes.
I want to make sure that
Sorry,
the
it's
community
such
knows that.
a normal term for me, I forget that.
So we started with our initial feasible scenarios. We started with three originally, and that the team developed and ran through. I'll let Ms. Caminati talk about those.
So we took forward three scenarios that the planning department developed based on the location of Welland Park High School, and then expanding out, as Dr. Kemp showed you with his chart there, and trying to capture as many students as we could, that to keep Venice High at a good capacity, Northport High at a good capacity, and then giving a level of service for Welland Park High School. So scenario A just affected Venice High, left Venice High at 77% utilization, and Welland Park at 78%. Scenario B, now we brought in Northport High, and this is all using the zone student numbers, because those are the students. We need to use those numbers when we're looking at a redistricting. So Northport High left at 103%, Venice High 90%, given Welland Park 78% level of service. And then scenario 3, again, Northport High 103%, Venice High was now at 99%, and Welland Park only at 68%. These were the initial 3 scenarios we brought forward to the Boundary Advisory Committee. We then had a community member send us an email with a suggestion, and we ran that suggestion and decided that that was a feasible scenario. So we brought that forward, which became scenario D. We then took scenario D to the Boundary Advisory Committee. And from there, the Boundary Advisory Committee developed E and F based on D. So scenario D brought Northport High to 104%, Venice High to 87%, and Welland Park to 79%. And then I'm missing, E. E, again, this one only affected Venice High, left Venice High at 74%, and Welland Park at 81%. And then the last one, scenario F, again, Northport High 103%, Venice High 87%, and Welland Park 81%. We then took all 6 scenarios. We went back to the Boundary Advisory Committee in a 3rd meeting with all 6 scenarios and asked them to rate them according to their feasibility. And again, the feasibility was reducing capacity at the existing schools and then providing a level of service for Welland Park High School, a financially feasible level of service.
So, if I may add, during that process, when the Boundary Advisory Committee started adding different options, that's when Dr. Green and I and Don decided we wanted to do an additional community. We needed to do additional community meetings because scenarios were being developed that weren't presented to the community at that time. So that's why we did community meeting number 3, and we did Boundary Advisory Committee number 3 to do the final ranking. Because we actually rated prior to going to community meeting 3 when we didn't have E and F. But when they made E and F, we said, we get to do another community meeting. And we did that. And then we came back to the Boundary Advisory Committee for them to rate the feasibility. Now, when you look at these ratings, this is feasibility ratings. This is not that's always one better than the other. But I did task them with making sure that we balance all variables to ensure that we're opening with the level of service that we need. And they got to go through the process. They got to sit as a team and evaluate each scenario. The principals signed off on their scores to certify that's what their recommendations were. And then when we added it all up and we get the results itself, here it is. You've got, it turned out that scenario D, F, and B were rated the most feasible. So in that chart there, for the public, the lowest score was like would be considered the most feasible. So that's what led to that's what's led to the recommendation to bring the 3 to you. We told the Boundary Advisory Committee we would bring 3 recommendations for consideration to this and make a recommendation based on those. We have here. I'm going to ask Diane since we briefly talked about the first 6. I want to ask Diane, just for the documentation, the rec, to review the 3 under consideration, and then we'll make a recommendation.
So I'm going to walk you through the boundaries for the 3 recommended scenarios so you can really get an idea of what they look like. So scenario D starts at the junction, and I'm going to follow my mouse along here if you can see it. It starts at the junction of Jacaranda Boulevard and 75 and goes east along 75 to an imaginary point due west of North Havana Road. And this is to include 8 parcels along Kennedy Drive and Havana Road because it was pointed out to us through transportation that the only way to get to those 8 parcels was from the south of 75, because there's a road, Havana Road goes north here from Venice Avenue, but it does not go south. So the only transportation, and honestly, there's no students living over there. So we checked. But we included those 8 parcels just in case. So there's that little shark fin there that I call it. And then from that imaginary point, it follows along 75 and then south at North River Road, and then east along East Venice Avenue. And then it basically follows the southern boundary of a sleeping turtle preserve here, and then to the Myakka River. And then it follows the Myakka River south to the southern boundary of Deer Prairie Creek. And it follows that southern boundary of Deer Prairie Creek all the way to this point here. And then this is a canal that it follows. Sorry, my mouse keeps moving. Follows east again, and then south along another canal. If you know Northport, there's a lot of canals. And then east again, and then south on South Biscayne Drive, and then east along Tamamory Trail to a point where it meets the Charlotte County boundary, and then it follows the Sarasota County, Charlotte County boundary line to Minnesota Key, the Sarasota County boundary line along Minnesota Key to the tip of Minnesota Key across to Alligator Creek, and then east along Alligator Creek to US 41, south on US 41 to Jacaranda Boulevard, and then north on Jacaranda Boulevard to 75. So scenario F is basically the same. The only difference with scenario F, where are we? Is that when we get to Northport, it adds this additional piece here where we go south to US 41. We then head north along Northport Boulevard, and then east along Appomattox, and then south along South Sumter Boulevard, and then again along US 41 to the Charlotte County boundary, and then it follows the same boundary line as scenario D. Scenario B is basically the same as F, except that the boundary here starts at the junction of Jacaranda Boulevard and East Venice Avenue, and follows East Venice Avenue out to the Myakka River, and then follows the same path as scenario F.
And the reason she's describing the boundaries is we have our legal boundaries already drawn up and ready for each 3 areas for when you do take action in September. But we do need to walk. We do have to walk through those. If the community's asking, well, why is she talking about all the roads? I mean, because we're walking you through the boundaries as we're required. So based on the community, the Boundary Advisory Committee, the work of the district team. When they did their ratings, D, F, and B became the most feasible. And as a result of that, our recommendation from as far as the district team is concerned in the Boundary Advisory Committee is that we honor the Boundary Advisory Committee's work, and we move forward with scenario D as the most feasible. It gives us a level of service. It gives us a level of service needed to open up Welland Park. It also leaves Northport and Venice High School in a position to have some options for choice and some things of that nature that may come up. They have room for growth as well. So our goal was to honor the process, honor your policy, honor the work of the committee, and make sure we protect what we're doing. Now they scored or they ranked feasibility. two big issues came up throughout the whole process. It's about programmatic equity. That was a variable that we looked at as well. I'm going to ask Dr. Green. Dr. Green's going to talk a little bit about programmatic equity along the way and what we did to ensure that we answered those questions.
Sure. So when we looked at the scenarios, what we saw initially was that the majority of the students that were going to be rezoned would be coming from Venice High School. And so we looked at the programs that are offered there from academics, arts, extracurriculars, and we wanted to make sure that we captured what we had at Venice, so that if students were being rezoned, that we were not disrupting what was going to be intact for them as much as possible. And so IB was the program, the academic program for an accelerated option that we looked at. And so Dr. Anderson from our high school curriculum, our director, she has led the charge with IB. And so we've been working really closely with Riverview and Venice to make sure that we are framing that out. And had a lot of calls with IB. Mr. Grossenbacher has been a part of those conversations. And so right now we have shared with them some ideas that we have. They've taken those back. We're waiting to hear back from them. So we should hear back probably within the next month and a half, with hopefully a final that we can then share with Mr. Connor, share with the board, and then hopefully with the community as far as our next steps with our IB offerings. But that is what we plan to offer at Welland Park as far as our accelerated option. We are also exploring JA and being able to have junior achievement there, which we shared earlier today during our workshop, because we think that will also lead to great opportunities for our students. And that will also be something we hope to launch at Riverview. So the two schools will have partnership and collaboration so that they will have thought partners in the work. As far as arts, athletics, this is a traditional high school. So we are going to offer all of the same opportunities that you would find on our comprehensive campuses. And what we shared at our community meetings is that a lot of our offerings, our unique course offerings, are driven by student interest. And so as we get closer to opening the school, we will be surveying our students who we know will be impacted to find out what they want to take. And then we will align our course offerings as such. Some of the things that we offer on our campuses that you may not see by and large across the district is because our students are asking to have them. And so that's why we offer them. And that's one of the unique things about a high school is that our master schedule is complex, but it reflects the students who attend the school. CTE offerings, I don't have those lists in front of me, but I know that is on our website, and we have a smattering of CTE offerings that are going to include computer science, AI, cybersecurity, which we're very excited about, engineering, I know I'm going to forget some, agriculture, thank you. Yes. So again, all of the traditional sports offerings that you would find on a comprehensive campus. But the number one thing is that, and again, this was there during our community meetings, is change is hard, and we are very sensitive to that. And we want to make sure that students have the best experience in high school. High school is a time in everybody's life. I mean, I remember high school like it was yesterday. I don't feel like I'm that much older than I was when I was in high school. But it's a time that you never forget. And so we want to make sure that we preserve that experience for our children, and we want to make sure that it's the best time for them, academically, socially. And so we want to cause as least disruption to their lives as possible. And we want to make it a memorable experience. And so as we move through the motions, we're going to be working very closely with families to make sure that they have everything they need, and that they are very well taken care of.
Well, Dr. Green and the team did a great job addressing questions that we can address now. We had the opportunity to talk to a lot of parents after the meetings were over, and we talked about individual circumstances. But and I said it publicly, the only way to do this we have to do this, right? Back in 2018, it was easy to say, hey, yeah, let's do a high school. It's those of us now that are executing it and those that are impacted now we're trying to take care of. We did reassure to the community that if for any reason like for example, ACE is remaining at Northport High, but if any circumstance, if there's a program that Mr. Grossenbacher at Welland Park cannot offer, or if it impacts a kid's program that they're currently in, like IB, we made it known we're not going to penalize the children if the options available at Welland Park High School is a comprehensive high school, if the same things are available there, then those won't be reasons that would implicate. But if in the instance a kid was impacted, we're not going to hurt kids. We're going to make sure that we do the right thing, children. And I think that calmed a lot of nerves regarding that. So that's it with the programmatic equity. And then the most popular person at every meeting was Miss Wheeler, and who runs our choice program, and she'll outline the guidelines.
Thank you. Yes, as you can imagine, families had quite a few questions about choice throughout this process. And we're not going to go through all of them today, but as Mr. Medlia mentioned earlier, there is more information available on our website that really goes into detail in some of those very specific questions. But today we wanted to provide a brief overview and highlight on the key points regarding choice in this process. So the first question that we hear most often is, if my kid is going to be senior when the new school opens, will they be eligible to remain at their school of origin to complete their senior year? And that answer is yes. And we understand how important that option is to families, and that's in our school board policy, and we do plan to honor that. And the next question is if my student is a current choice student attending one of the impacted schools, so they already applied, they won that golden ticket in the lottery to one of these schools, can they remain? And that answer is also yes, and statute provides that protection to those families. Is if they have that golden ticket, they are permitted to remain till the highest grade level that school offers. And the last question is, and probably the most frequent one, is if I am impacted and I am rezoned, can I apply to remain at my current school? And the answer to this is a little bit complicated, but the simple answer is yes, you can absolutely apply. But who and how they get in is going to be contingent upon that capacity number. And so in transparency, I just want to explain kind of what we did in this last round, and it seemed to really work well, is that we began with a low number because all of these are estimates, right? So when we are talking about this planning process and looking at these numbers, we don't have a crystal ball. We think our numbers are pretty sound, but sometimes things change, and we don't know how it's all going to play out until it happens. So we started with low numbers. We had large wait lists, but then almost immediately after we ran our choice, we were able to look at the numbers, see how they fell, and offer additional seats. And we have continued to be able to make placements as people change their mind and move in and out. And so we just ask that families, if you are interested in remaining, you absolutely apply. You might be waitlisted, but trust the process. We certainly understand and value that parental choice and want to get families in that school where they want to be, but just be patient with us as we work through the process.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. And before I turn it over to questions, I just want to say, when you look at 6 scenarios, and when you look at the 3 final scenarios, 2 of the 3 of the final most feasible scenarios came from community input. And, oftentimes in these processes, you hear people say, they had what they wanted, they knew what they were going to do. But no, this was really input. We really listened, and we really tried to apply that where we could, put their input in place, run the data on the scenarios. And if it was feasible, we left it up to the process. You trust your training, you trust your people, you trust your process. And I'm thankful for that, to have 2 of the 3 weren't even the original 3 that the team developed in the beginning. So that's a true transparent opportunity to work together with the community and with the leadership teams and the committee to ensure that we accomplish the task that the board's given us through policy 5.2. And so with that said, our recommendation would be to the superintendent to honor the advisory committee's work, and the scenario D would be the district's recommendation as well. We'll open it up for questions if you have it.
Ms. Bernali?
Thank you. I just want to address, all of us board members received many letters to consider C, and it was, I think, Stony Brook specifically, that most of the letters, Stony Brook at Venice. So could you just kind of recap? So I want the community to know that we did address it.
Yes, ma'am. We did look at C. You received one letter 500, one letter probably 300 times, but we received those, and anytime we received input, we let the Boundary Advisory Committee know. I mean, if you go back and you look at the scoring, if you can pull the PowerPoint back up, if we look at
I saw the scoring.
Yeah, the scoring was in there. I was just going to show it for the community. We did look at the feasibility of each option. So C was looked at by the Boundary Committee, and it was presented. Oh, there it is. Then it was presented to the community each time. So the opportunity to express, wishes and desires were through the community input process. But when you take a look at, I can't see. I used to be able to see. Oh, I can see it there. I'm getting old, Mr. Connor. So when you take a look at scenario C, it was it had a score of 18. It was one of the highest. Which would be the less feasible options that would not give us an acceptable level of service to open, or not as ideal as Mr. Grossenbacher needs to run the programs and to be competitive and to have equitable programs. So scenario C was considered, but when we moved the first three forward, the lowest score, most feasible options forward, that was D, F, and B. And that was the Boundary Advisory Committee's recommendation. Because I told people along the way in every meeting, we can look at anything. We'll run Diane's team ran the numbers on anything, but if it doesn't increase, if it doesn't reduce capacity, or if it still leaves the school at too many kids, or it doesn't meet the level of service, no matter what it is, it's not as feasible. And our job is to be as fiscally responsible as we can to produce to be responsible with the resources that it's going to cost to run that program. And that's why we presented the three most feasible options for the board consideration. And I think with the principal's certifications of that for all four impacted schools, I'm comfortable with that recommendation, D.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sigler, please.
Well, thank you. This was really a great presentation. I think, again, not to be redundant, but the fact of doing any kind of redistricting is any board kind of squirms at, and I know that we just went through Ashton. I will say, for the record, and I know we have another parent up here too, that was impacted by one of the redistricting, but I have lots of friends who are going to be attending Sky Ranch and are very excited, and so it's the unknown that makes everyone
Uncomfortable, and so I'll move to Mr. Grossenbacher. I also read those comments, and I'm so glad you highlighted that, because I was reading through it. I was like, this is amazing, because it really does chase our job so much easier. So, and that's such a huge testament. Your legacy is huge down there. I know that, and I think it's just, some of them obviously had a long historic knowledge of you, and it just set such incredible ease. So kudos to the leadership team for recognizing that and for your work that really established that, because I think that above everything else, I mean, the maps and whatever, makes it so much easier. So, and I couldn't be more excited. And of course, because Venice is known to be a very unique, special, tight-knit community, and the pride, is the high school, right? So, and certainly I was there in 2018, and that was part of the reason, right? But then, ironically, the people who probably came to those meetings or their children were impacted are already far and gone, and so it was actually more of a legacy issue that, So anyway, so here we are, and I think that this whole process, the communication piece, again, kudos. I think you guys do an amazing job, but I really like that you said, listen, we heard what people said the first time around with Ashton, and now we're going to, continuously improve and find different ways. And I love the FAUs. I think it really illustrates how much feedback we have had and how much we're responding. But I think the final component is that, as you noted, that the 2 of the top 3 were provided by the community members. So, again, I don't know who provided it. I don't know if it's anonymous or not, but is it anonymous? I don't know. Is it intended to be? I don't mean to.
Some of it came through the committee's discussion, Boundary Advisory Committee's discussions, and make and move. And one was from a community member that sent an email in.
Okay, very good. So, but I'm glad that because there is that sentiment of, the fix is in, it's already cooked, they know exactly where they're going, and so I think this debunks all of it. So I agree in the process, unless there was a relevant reason. For example, I do want people to always feel like they can reach out to us because we are the final decision maker in this. But even when you look at those scenarios and the capacity aspects, it doesn't make sense to me. I'm glad, Mrs. Marinelli, you brought it up, because I don't want it to be that it wasn't reviewed or considered. But when you weigh all the options and the impacts, I'm comfortable with where we landed. Again, between the leadership and then the transparent process, you guys made this a much easier position than I thought it would be. Now, come the meeting in September, but we're not novices to a very big, lots of public comment. So, should that be the case? And I welcome it. I really do appreciate the back end work and the considerations. And Dr. Green, the component about the programmatic aspect, I think is a really important part, and I really love that. And I hope that people don't miss that, because whether we're talking about their current school, if it is disrupted, and then the accommodations, I think I know a lot of districts that don't take that approach. I think they look at it kind of as numerical. They don't look at the impact of the actual human lives. And something was said earlier today during the presentation about choice and about the rolling capacity, rolling response as far as responding to them. And I couldn't be more excited about that. I think that plays a huge role. I'm sure, Amelia, that's probably a lot of work for you guys. So I appreciate that, because I think that there's a reason they're requesting that assignment and not having to wait until the next year and really trying to evaluate that. So thank you for all the work that you guys do. I'm really excited. I saw it at the tipping off ceremony. What is it called?
Topping
off. Oh my gosh. And I used to work in construction, but and I look forward to coming back down there again now that there's air conditioning in some of the buildings now. But thank you. I'm very excited about this. Great work, guys.
Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. I also want to just say thank you to the team. I know how hard it was, especially on the heels of Sky Ranch, where we didn't get a lot of positive feedback about people feeling uninformed and didn't know. And we, as a team, went the complete and total opposite direction. I'm sure you would have knocked on their door and had coffee with them in their kitchen if they asked. That's how accommodating the team was. I did attend all the community meetings, and what is interesting to me also about the scenarios is that I was kind of shocked at the second meeting that all the scenarios had changed from and all of which were based on the community feedback. And so you guys picked up, started over, went back to the drawing board a couple of times there. So I'm appreciative of that. The one thing I'm going to add to our choice conversation there, this was one that kept coming up for me, was if we choiced in and my senior gets to stay, but I have a sophomore who choiced in because they're a sibling, do they have to move? And that all kept coming up, and the answer was, no, they don't have to move. We accommodate siblings. Is that correct?
If they're on choice, absolutely. Oftentimes, siblings come in on reassignment, and if they're on choice or reassignment, the answer is yes, they get to stay. What the question was, I believe, to be fully clear, is that if if my senior is impacted by the redistricting, but they get to stay because they're a senior, but I have an incoming freshman who would then be assigned to the new school, can I keep the siblings together? And that question is they would have to apply. But siblings do get a higher weighting, so it's likely that those seats that are available will go to siblings first, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
So a couple of, one question that I have about IB, that was another hot topic. I know Sarasota County Schools are highly regarded within the IB cohort. So I'm confident that the resolution will be achieved in that, but will you have an answer before our September meeting? I think that's an important, I'm hoping the answer will be yes.
I'm hoping the answer will also be yes. Hi, Michelle.
Gotta get a mic.
Yeah, come on up. So, we are working with IB because they are working with us very, very cohesively. And they are exploring some pathways that are new. And I'll say this too, and I shared this at the community meeting. Typically, when a school launches an IB program, the school is already in existence and the students are there. And so their not accreditation, but
Their authorization
process is typically it takes about 2 years, and they do that by they come out, they survey the students and the teachers, but they're already in place. And so by not having that yet, we're almost at a delay until we have bodies in the building and it's already up and running. And so, but because of our great partnership with IB, they are working with us and they're being phenomenal partners. And so we're exploring some other opportunities with them to see, well, what can we do? Because our school is not opening until 26, 27. So if you want to just share a little bit about as much as we can share.
Yeah, so as
right now.
So Mr. Grossbacher and I have been having multiple meetings with not only our district-based IB team at Riverview and Venice, but also the IB staff. And so the authorization process usually takes 2 to 3 years. We're exploring an opportunity that we hope to get finalization on. So when we met on July 25th, the feedback we got was we hope to have confirmation within a month. So I'm hoping end of October or like end of August. Sorry, I was doing I'm so sorry. I'm doing calendaring for meetings that are coming down the rest of the year, so my brain's already in October. End of August, very early September, so we have that finalization about the progress and the authorization and when the courses will be available for the students to complete the IB, CP, and DP programs. But we will follow up for sure. We're in constant communication.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I wanted to say for the public, and this question came up, and I would refer everyone to the website, to the FAQs, because they're documented and they're answered probably better than I can say some of this. But I did make it very clear that we will not impact it. If for some reason a student is declared an IB diploma and that same option will not be available at the time we open Welland Park High School, that would be an exception for that kid to remain. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, we're going to do the right thing by children. That's what this team is about, kids. We're going to do the right thing for children. With that said, I had to continually remind, and for those of you who came to the meetings, thank you, and the aerial support that you provided to the team, because, you know, some mamas can get hot every now and then about some things, and but I do thank you for that support. And I remember telling, one of the things I said that helped was, you know, from the district perspective, you know, we have 7 children, if you think about it. You've got Booker, Sarasota, Riverview, STC, you've got Venice, you've got Northport, you got Welland Park now. I'm missing one. Polytech. So we have to treat all our kids the same. And because, you know, parents would come up and say, whether it's Dr. Kemp, you know, or Dr. Green, I know you have to do this, but don't touch my kid.
That's right.
Yeah, everybody says, we know you need to do this, but don't. And that's when I would just be honest with them and say, you know, we have to love every kid, I mean, the same way. Same with programs. If we can offer the same program at Welland Park, we need to be fair to all of our children and give all of them the opportunity to have a program. You know, there's no way to do this but to do this. So, and trust me, the kids will be great. It's usually the kids will be great. They're resilient. They'll make the adjustments, and they'll love it. Just like the Sky Ranch individuals are finding out, right? So thank you for your support, Mr. Edwards, at a meeting and standing up and making sure parents understood this was just not something that was a whim. This is a 8-year process. So.
Yeah. Well, it is my home. I mean, I live there, and I love Venice for a whole bunch of reasons. But my one last thing that I want to put out, because this was of all of the conversations that happened, and again, the team could not be more accommodating and wanting to answer, was around juniors, because the seniors question was really easy. Yes, yes. But when you pay attention to high-performing kids, particularly in sports or the arts or a specific track that they've zeroed in on from their freshman year, and they're going through, and our policy only says yes, seniors can stay. Juniors who are in that track, who've already spent 2 years and are rising into the track that they want to stay in. That was the conversation that was the most difficult to have within, because the answer was always, well, you can apply and it looks good and I don't know. So I will tell you that I have arm wrestled the superintendent on that particular issue. And the answer is, please do apply. Please do apply, go through the process, and all good considerations will be considered. So I'm stressing to go through the process.
Ms. Ziegler?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Edwards, for that point. And because I don't know what the number is of that, and this doesn't necessarily have to be answered right now, but I recognize the level of high touch that our district is doing when it comes to this whole process in response to choice. I can just imagine a parent doing all of their things and forgetting when that cutoff date is for applying. Is there something we can do over and above to just reach out to those families? I don't know if that's allowable, if that's extra, but I just, if it's because I think that is the sweet spot, because it is that kind of scenario to Mr. Edwards' point. And again, I don't know what that volume is, but if that's something we can do, just as a reminder, if you were looking at that we reduce the situation that we'll get the call like, oh my gosh, I didn't know, I totally forgot, because I get it. So I don't know if that's something we could consider.
Ms. Ziegler?
So we're going to work with, actually, we're going to start at the school level with staff, because they're really intimate with the programmatics, maybe the pathway that a student is taking that's going to lead them to a particular scholarship or a school. On a case-by-case basis, we're going to be in close contact with staff to talk about who those potential students are, because we do need to define what that is. And it's not going to be a wide open Pandora's box where, all the juniors want to stay at Venice. We have to really talk about what is that criteria that's fair, equitable, and makes sense for everybody. So those conversations will start at the school, and then we will definitely have a game plan in terms of what actions parents need to take if that is what they choose to do. And we'll clearly communicate that through the school choice office.
And just to add, it starts with defining what scenario. And when we know the zip codes within this, we know what we can target market, we can make sure we can communicate just like we did with the community meetings. But it starts with that, and then exactly what Mr. Connors said, we'll start working through there.
And if I may add, I just want to also say that we also give a priority, and this is a local thing, it's not required in choice law, but it just makes common sense that we do give an additional priority to families that are already attending if they want to remain. So that will be on the choice application. I do ask that they go ahead and check that so they can make sure to get that priority in the lottery as well.
I'm just going to reiterate, if people are paying attention, and we could even send people to see this workshop, every staff member has indicated that they're doing everything possible to make sure that families are not disrupted and that accommodations you get Mr. Grossenbacher and a brand new school and junior achievement and a bunch of wonderful things if you move along with the redistricting. So I see it as a win-win for Sarasota schools. The accommodations for the students that are on track and a brand new school with a great new principal.
Ms. Marinelli?
Thank you. I just want to thank everybody. This was much easier than Ashton. And I appreciate everything. And Mark and I have known each other a long time, and I think you are just absolutely the perfect person because you're the welcoming, and people trust you. Mm-hmm. So thank you for that. And everybody that was all involved, for the community members, the principals, because it also, when the principals send a good message, that sends a good message to our community. So everybody that was involved, thank you so much. And this might surprise you, Mr. Edwards, but when we started meeting with Dr. Kemp, and I said, this is not going to be a fun one because the Venice community. I said, but I really feel for Mr. Edwards because he lives there and he's going to be the one that gets it. So thank you for going to all those meetings. But because Venice is very special and they love their school, but they're going to love this new one. So thank you, everybody.
Ms. Barker?
I will say I am glad to not be in the hot seat this time around. Tag, you're it. But also, yes, wonderful work. I just had a thought. I know there is a fairly large charter school down there, the Welland Park Preparatory Academy, and I just wanted to make sure, I know they weren't a part of our boundary advisory committee like Heron Creek and Venice Middle were, but to make sure that we're targeting those families so that they know about this opportunity and all the great things that we have to offer at the new middle school. I just want to make sure we're targeting our charter families too.
Yes, ma'am. That's why we do zoned enrollment. So, and not actual. So we actually do zoned enrollment and target that by design.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're not at Sarasota Middle anymore?
No. As much as I enjoyed, being, your child's principal, no, not anymore.
Oh, well, yeah, I bet. Great job. Actually, a lot easier than what we did in the last one. And obviously, when you do this, and it's pretty easy for, I think, as a board member in order to vote when the community is the one that makes the recommendation. And I do feel for the people that does get impacted because unfortunately, it's the greater than not the few. In this case, that ends up having to get the service. And I know that school is going to be amazing down there. I mean, there's the same thing, everybody about the Sky Ranch, we don't want to leave, and now we can't get, there's a waiting list a mile long for people to try to get into there at Sky Ranch. So I know the same thing is going to happen down there at Welland Park, and I know I've known you two forever, so I know it'll be awesome down there. I know it'll be really, really great. And two, you think about it, if you're a family that's been sending your kid to Lemon Bay, but you live in Sarasota County, what a bonus that is, huh? That you get to come back in. I mean, that's where you've been paying your tax dollars for, right? So, I mean, I think that again, even though it may only be 175 students, that's still for those 175 parents, they've got to be pretty happy with that because, again, it's nothing against Charlotte, but we are Sarasota. So I leave it at, I just leave it at that. So seeing no other discussion, I appreciate everything you guys did and excellent job. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we're going into final comments by board members. Anyone have any final comments? Okay, I do. I just wanted to say, I was just going to point out that, again, now as we're heading in, and I have to bring this up, I said many, many times, it's time for parents to monitor their kids' social media, make sure that they do it, see something, say something, as we want to have an absolutely safe school year. And it takes all of the students, the parents, the community, the faculty, the staff. It takes everybody to make sure that the kids are safe. The SROs. I mean, it takes everyone in order to make sure that we have a safe and happy new year. And to all the teachers and all the parents that are getting excited about the 11th, their children might not be excited, but I know the parents are. We wish you a happy and healthy year. Our next meeting will be on August 19th at 6 p.m. And until then, we're adjourned.